A ban on buy one, get one free deals for unhealthy food has been delayed by the government due to what they say is the unprecedented squeeze on living standards.
Good morning to you. It's 6 o'clock on Saturday, May the 14th. You're watching and listening to Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
And apparently it's going to be a really lovely sunny Saturday.
Lovely.
With temperatures going up to 24 degrees. You have to be British to celebrate that, don't you? It's perfect weather for the barbecue.
Just got a barbecue
just got
yesterday.
One. Yeah. And the patio furniture, if you're lucky enough to have a garden with a patio.
Yeah, oh, very nice. Yeah, let us know what you're planning today. This is what is making the headlines for you, and the planned ban on multi-buy promotions on food and drinks, which are high in fat, salt and sugar, is being put back a year to October 23. Its decision comes in the wake of rising food costs for all of us.
Prime Minister Boris Johnson says working from home doesn't work. How do you feel about that? In an exclusive interview with the Mail, the PM demands that millions get back to the office.
It comes as the Cabinet Minister Jacob Rees-Mogg raises suspicions that civil servants are working from home just so they can have a long weekend. That's what he's saying in the Telegraph this morning.
And later in the show, we'll be talking to a royal author following the Queen's appearance yesterday at the Windsor Horse Show. Here she is, looking absolutely delighted to be there. She loves to see her horses. In fact, she was last seen back in public back in March, when she attended the service commemorating the life of the Duke of Edinburgh. And of course, she didn't do the state opening of Parliament.
And Prince William has paid a personal visit to the podcaster and bowel cancer campaigner Deborah James to award her with a damehood. Deborah is now on end-of-life care. She's raised more than £5.2 million in the last few days for Cancer Research UK.
And now she's a dame, and congratulations to her. So there's plenty of news to be getting on with today, so please do share your views with us. We've got lots and lots to talk about, and don't forget, it is the Eurovision Song Contest tonight.
Oh, it is.
Are you having a party?
Save all your kisses for me.
Oh,
Save
yes.
That's a very old one. Was that Brotherhood of Man?
I think it was.
Yeah,
it's where they ripped the skirts off. Oh, no, that was
Bucks Fizz.
That was Bucks Fizz.
That was 1981. That one.
Oh my goodness.
Are you
quite an aficionado of the Eurovision?
No, I'm not. I mean, I like Eurovision. I just think it's a bit of fun. But sadly, I've been working most Sunday mornings for the last don't know how many years, so I actually never get to see it.
Ah, I see. Well, we'll hopefully have a chance to tonight. But a lot of people have Eurovision parties, don't they? Where they go absolutely mad as they watch each act and then get involved in the voting and all. And of course, the big contender the one they're sort of saying will probably win, whatever they sound like, is Ukraine.
Yes, but the favourites are Ukraine and
the UK.
And the UK.
Yeah, we could do quite well this time. Anyway, do let us know your views and your plans for a Eurovision party, if you're going to do one. Tell us all about it, how you organise it and everything. Email us gbviews@gbnews.uk, or you can tweet us at gbnews.
Now, if you are going to do a Eurovision party, you'd be sort of getting all the snacks and things in.
Yes, that's
won't
true.
You? And often you get the sort of buy one, get one free on, all that sort of thing. Well, the government has scrapped its immediate plan to ban supermarket bog-off deals.
Yeah, Boris Johnson still believes that certain unhealthy foods fuel the country's obesity crisis.
But he's delayed the ban for a year to help the current unprecedented squeeze on living standards.
We're joined now by Peter Barnes, a political commentator and strategist. And that's really interesting, the strategist part of us. Explain this strategy.
Well, I think, to be honest, what the government's looking at here is really, realistically, how they can really help in the cost of living crisis and not really squeeze those on the lowest budgets far too much. It's quite a surprising story. I have to admit, a lot of us didn't see this coming, but I think it will be welcomed by quite a lot of people, to be honest.
It's interesting that the Labour Party has said, oh, this is an attack on children's health. And I understand the argument, I do, but I just sort of think if this had come into force in October and nothing was done, then the government would have been under attack for it, wouldn't they?
Oh, yeah, completely. I do feel like the Labour Party is attacking this because they feel like they have to attack it in some way, despite the fact that, realistically, like I say, those on the lowest budgets, you know, those voters who the Labour Party are going after, will benefit greatly from the government kind of just putting this on pause. It's important to know that it has just been put on pause. It's not been scrapped entirely. Like, eventually we will go back to it, because I think the government does have a point here about kind of obesity, about the obesity crisis, and really the cost of that puts mainly on the NHS. You know, if we really want to tackle the growing wait lists and things like that in the NHS, actually getting to grips with our lifestyle is one of the best ways to do it.
Yeah, I mean, tell me, please correct me if I'm wrong, but my acceptance is that bog-offs are always available on unhealthy foods, high sugar, biscuits, cakes. They're not on flour or bread or vegetables, are they?
Well, that's generally my understanding of it as well. But I think, as consumers, we've kind of changed how we buy things. And I think as we look to getting more healthy products, supermarkets will probably maybe put more products on the buy one, get one free offer. But again, that's entirely up to private companies. You know, the government can probably put some pressure on if they like, but again, I do agree with you. I think it's probably going to be more on the unhealthy stuff.
It's interesting because as we look at people struggling, what we have heard about in the last couple of days is these 91,000 civil servant jobs that are going to go. We were talking to Jacob Rees-Mogg yesterday, and he was sort of making it very clear that these are not people who are going to be fired, but this is going to be sort of natural wastage over a couple of years, as you would describe it. But is the service going to operate properly?
Well,
20% down.
Well, yeah, it's around about a fifth that they're looking to kind of slim it down by. But realistically, if you look at, say, 2010, when under the Gordon Brown years, the civil service was even bigger than it is now. And would you really say that everything worked perfectly fine? I think there's really this idea that just because there's a lot of people, somehow it's going to provide better services, and I don't think that's necessarily the case.
You only have to look at the sitcom Yes Minister, don't you, to know that we have been complaining about the civil service for years and years and years.
There's the brilliant sketch where they go on about where they set up a hospital and your Jim Hacker's there, but there's no patients in the hospital, but it's fully staffed. In the civil service, there are still people with that mentality, because the civil service, well, you're either in it or you're out of it kind of mentality. And I think that is one of the main things that has to change within the service, looking as they move forward. I think it's Policy Exchange, one of the think tanks in Westminster. They had quite a big win the other day where they've managed to get senior civil service positions are going to be advertised externally. So, you know, they stop kind of hiring from within, but it's all about bringing in different ideas, different ways of doing things, rather than the old idea of you just need lots of people running around off it, mainly like headless chickens, to be honest, most of the time.
What is going on at the moment? Because the Prime Minister's done an exclusive interview with the Daily Mail today, basically saying working from home doesn't work. We've heard Jacob Rees-Mogg also saying, frankly, too many civil servants are choosing to work from home because it means they can get at least Fridays and Mondays off, which turns it into a very long, lovely weekend for them. There's a real war going on against them, isn't there?
Well, yeah, so it's been deemed a bit of a war, but I think this is a bit of a clash that's been a long time coming, and it's kind of all kind of come at once because of the pandemic. If you look at, say, in the city, for example, some of the major big banks there have said to their workers, you are coming back to the office. This idea that everybody's suddenly going to start magically working from home now, I think is a little far-fetched. I know pretty much in Westminster, most people tend to still return to the offices, particularly if you work for an MP. But, it does kind of feel like there's a real sense of animosity, but it will be interesting to see where this goes, I have to admit.
I mean, do we need to embrace hybrid working? Because we've talked about this a lot, haven't we? I'm one of these people. I like the idea of working from home because you think, I've got less to do. I haven't got the commute. I'll save a bit of money that way. I can suit myself a bit more. But then the reality is I wouldn't get anywhere near as much work done.
I think it's down to the individual and also the type of work that you do. I mean, I work from home a couple of days a week as well, but I think the thing is, what I do when I work from home is very much something I don't really need to be in the office to do. What I think Boris Johnson's rather getting at here is there's a lot of things that are happening that really should be being done in an office when everybody's all together. You know, because there is a slowdown really in kind of how quickly information is passed around and you know, just a kind of an often sense of a kind of community culture within companies as well.
I think we've all got to consider whether it's good for us to work from home or work from in the office. I mean, I would say it's nice working from home, but you could get lonely, you could get fat, frankly. Yeah. Boris Johnson even talks in that interview about how you spend a lot of your time going to the fridge and opening it, putting on the kettle for a cup of tea, going and taking a very long, slow walk back to the computer. And I thought, wow, that rings true. He's obviously done that too, hasn't he?
Yeah.
There's another. I was just saying to Stephen before we came on air. Do you think Nadeem Zahawi is positioning himself for a possible leadership bid as well? He's around a lot at the moment. He's being very outspoken.
He's
front page of the Times.
He's proved himself, though, hasn't he? As vaccine minister.
That's the big thing with Nadeem. His rollout when he was vaccines minister got him a lot of favours. And you're not the first person I've heard in certain circles whisper about could Nadeem replace Boris. But
he's got charisma.
He's also an excellent campaigner. When you watch him up close, he's very good. He's an effective communicator. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Nadeem maybe not make a run for the top job, but maybe position himself for a higher job within the cabinet.
Yeah.
He's the first one that looks really interesting. He's on the front page of the Times. He's made the front page with "Be proud of private education." He's accusing Oxbridge, who say they want to give many more places now. They will favour people from state schools, and he's saying, "Hang on a minute. Why are we going this way? Why are we knocking private education so much?"
Yeah, it's one of these arguments that I kind of feel like every 2 or 3 years this story kind of reappears. And I do kind of get where Nadeem's coming from, that you are holding one group back to promote another one. This is the argument that he's getting at. Whether there's any truth in it, I don't really know. But one thing I would rather talk about within education is about school funding for state schools. I'd rather talk about teaching and staffing levels. These are the conversations in education I would rather us be having as a country than the typical private education versus state or grammar schools. You know, I just kind of feel like this is just a little bit of not really a waste of time, but a kind of argument that there are really simple ways to get around it. So when you go to apply for jobs now, most have what they call anonymised CV, so you get rid of your name.
Yes, that seems
on
like
your universities as well. I think it's in the what they call the big four accountancy firms. You have to get rid of the schools that you went to as well. So even this stuff, it's already being counteracted in the workforce later on.
I just wonder who he's trying to appeal to with this. I mean, I can see certainly a proportion of Tory voters who would be in favour of private education, but a lot who aren't. I say I struggle with the concept of private education because it sort of immediately says that private schools are better than state schools.
Yes, but we're in a business of levelling up now, aren't we?
Yeah.
And if we do accept that one school may be better than another, or one system may be better than another, shouldn't we learn from that and level up?
I think that's exactly what we should be doing. You know, if there is a really good school in a certain area, everybody else should be looking, well, what's good about that school? And then we should be putting that into all the schools around. That's what we should be talking about. But again, this is kind of seeping back into a kind of identity politics kind of argument. And it's just one of those things that it just feels like we're going round and round on this issue because we don't really want to talk about the other stuff, which is a little bit more complex, and you actually have to then do something rather than just talk about it.
Private or state education?
State.
All the way through?
All the way through.
Your state all the way through?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was private then state. But that was in the days of the grammar school. And what a lot of parents did was struggled in many cases to send their kids to private school, or at least get them privately coached, so that you'd pass your 11 plus, so that you'd get into the 11.
On this story, what will be very interesting to see where the Labour Party land on it, given the stories of Diane Abbott and sending her kids to private school, and a lot of the front bench of the Labour Party are also privately educated as well. This story has a little, maybe it could have been said for maybe political reasons, just to kind of cause a little bit of trouble on the opposition bench. That wouldn't surprise me.
In the Times, he does a double-page spread in which Nadeem Zahawi is beaming all over his face to be, I can't find it now, to be talking to the great British public in a newspaper. And that's why I thought, my goodness, he's
making a push.
He really is. I can't find it now. It's in there somewhere.
I can see that working for him, actually. Interesting.
I can.
Peter, really good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed. I would love to get your thoughts on private education. I mean, because I don't know if I'm unusual in that when you talk about private education, I can feel my heckles rising. Now, that's which isn't fair. It's not fair on people who've been private. It's not anything wrong with private education. I don't know. It just doesn't sit well with me. I don't know why.
It's choice, though, isn't it? Isn't it about choice?
But is it choice? But I think it's choice if you've got the money.
If you've got the money to choose. But I mean, I know so many parents who have absolutely struggled to send their kids to private school in a way just to try and do better for them.
Yeah.
Whether or not it ends up that way, it doesn't always, actually. Wish I could find that picture. Lost
No.
it. Oh, I tell you what, I probably pulled it out. Here. I pull the newspapers to
Pulls them
bits.
apart, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I've got bits on the Eurovision Song Contest. And trying to figure out what's
Something
what.
about jet suits.
So, jet suits.
Do you fancy a jet suit?
Yeah,
That would be
well,
nice.
apparently there's a piece about how Back to the Future, the movie.
Oh yes, yes.
Where he has when he goes into the future, he puts on a pair of trainers that expand or contract to fit your foot once you put them in. They're making them.
Yeah.
Isn't that exciting?
Well, they did. Interestingly, when Back to the Future was, when was that? It was 1985. So when that was, however old it was, 30 years or whatever, they Nike. I think it was the Nikes. They made a pair of those exact ones and gave them to Michael J. Fox.
Oh wow!
As a one-off.
They can't have actually done it.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Did they?
Yeah.
Well, apparently they're going to make them. I'll tell you all about that later when I can find the bit that I tore out. That's the other thing I always do on a Saturday is I like to look at the birthdays.
Oh.
Kate Blanchett's birthday today.
Oh,
Happy
Kate
birthday,
Blanchett.
Kate. Any idea how old she is?
Got to be mid-40s, has she?
53.
Is she?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. And who was the other one I asked you about? Martine McCutcheon.
Oh, yeah.
A lovely, lovely actress, yeah. How old do you think Martine McCutcheon is today?
I can't remember what I said
46,
now.
yeah.
46.
Somebody's looked it up.
You see, she's older than I would have thought.
Yes. She's got a very young face.
She's got a very young face.
Yeah.
Great voice.
Yeah.
And she did that. She had an album out, and she has a great voice.
And she did that brilliant movie with Hugh Grant, Love Actually, which is fabulous. Anyway, happy birthday, Martine, just in case you're up early and watching.
You never know. It is 6:16. It is very early. Let's bring you up to date with the headlines today. And as we've been discussing, the government's delaying a ban on buy one, get one free deals on unhealthy food because of the squeeze on household budgets. The Department of Health and Social Care says cancelling promotions on food and drink high in salt, fat or sugar will be put back to autumn next year.
Deborah James, or should I say Dame Deborah James, says it was a generous honour to be presented with her damehood at home by the Duke of Cambridge. Prince William visited the so-called Bowel Babe, she calls herself that, and her family. As it was announced, she's raised more than £5 million for cancer research. That's just over the last few days.
The government's cut ties with the National Union of Students after allegations of anti-Semitism within the organisation. The university's minister, who has withdrawn government funding from the NUS and ordered it to be removed from all Department for Education groups.
And big screens are going to be set up in capital cities across the country for people to watch the Queen's Platinum Jubilee celebrations. Events will be placed in London, Edinburgh and Cardiff across the bank holiday weekend to celebrate the Queen's 70-year reign.
I really hope people get behind the Platinum celebrations.
I think they will.
Actually.
I think there's a thirst to tell the Queen how much we love her, actually,
Yeah,
don't you, at the moment?
yeah. But it would just be so lovely. And you know what, as nice it is to tell the Queen that, it'll be good for the country.
Yes, it
I think
will. We need it.
It's a coming together, isn't it? So I think
After
that'll
all
be
the
really
privations, of COVID and everything, and the sheer hell that some people have gone through in the last couple of years, it'll be lovely to be able to celebrate something. And I hope she'll be able to turn out. She was at the Royal Windsor Horse Show yesterday.
Oh, looking.
And her face is all over the newspapers today, beaming. She looks as though she's thoroughly enjoying herself, and she looks fit and well.
She does.
She arrived by Range Rover, as she often does,
Oh, yes.
she can be driven literally into the horse show ground, and she was looking at her horses, but she did get out and walk around.
I'll tell you what was interesting. If you're on the radio, you'll have to dig out the footage on the GBNews app. But it's the fact that she's smiling. You see her all smiling away, and then when you look at the details, she's not smiling at the people. She's smiling at the horses.
Yes, that's right, she is.
Which is nice.
Well, some of them are from her own stables, so she always takes a real personal interest in how the horses do.
Now, 1 in 7 adults in the UK are living in homes where people regularly skip meals or go hungry for an entire day because of food poverty.
Almost 14% of people surveyed by the Food Foundation said they or a member of their household had taken the drastic action in the past month.
Well, in the northeast of England, there's a new food membership scheme in North Tyneside, and that puts food on the table and shows people how to cook it. Rachel Sweeney sent this report.
Meadowwell Estate in North Shields is one of the most deprived areas in the northeast of England. The cost of living crisis is hitting hard and employment is low. Families living on the breadline say lower cost foods tend to be poor in nutrients. They've welcomed a new scheme which sells quality products with huge price reductions and teaches people how to cook them. The Nourish store is run by community charity the Cedarwood Trust. Deputy CEO Cherry Bray says anyone can use the facility.
It's extremely important to have, quality food available, because a lot of people don't drive as well in the area. So if you're living locally to here, there's a small shop, like convenience store, which prices are higher, or there's some takeout establishments, but again prices aren't great and they're not healthy options, whereas here at Cedarwood we can offer them quality ingredients, and we offer sort of cooking opportunities and cookery classes so people can learn what to do with the food as well.
For £4 you can take home 12 items. That's anything from cleaning products to canned goods, and there's as many fruit and vegetables as you can carry. The site also has a playgroup where parents can bring their children for the day. Hannah Dixon is mother to Henry. She says the project is a lifeline to them both.
I would never have went to a food bank 3-4 years ago, but obviously since COVID hit, and then obviously the cost of living crisis as well, I can't even afford to feed myself, let alone him. So having something like this that I can come to once, maybe twice a month is better than, thinking, oh, I'm not going to be able to eat, or he's not going to be able to eat.
Other mothers say that despite being employed, the extra help is crucial as the cost of living rises.
Everyone always thinks, oh, you need to look like you need help. But I think me being just an average person that's got a job, and I come in and I'm like, well, yeah, this is really important for me, because things are very expensive, the groups are very expensive. Yeah, shopping as well is very expensive, and it's just a massive help, even just takes that burden off you.
This is one of the good things that a community can give to you, help you to be more lively, and you have somewhere to go to, you learn new crafts, and there's a playground for your kids as well.
You don't have to be below a certain income or whatever. Any money that you're putting into it, when you're paying to use it, you're putting that money back into the facility anyway, so really you're also doing a good thing at the same time.
Goods are donated, many by supermarkets, and money made goes back into the scheme. It's very popular, and it's expected to become busier as families navigate their way through the worst living standards in 70 years. Rachel Sweeney, GB News, North Tyneside.
It's lovely when a community comes together like that.
Isn't it? Absolutely fab. And we've been talking about the cost of living all morning so far, haven't we? And the fact that the government has decided to delay their ban on buy one, get one free offers. It was going to be banned when Boris Johnson came out of hospital, didn't he? And he said that he learned more about obesity during that stay in hospital and needed to do something about it. And one of the ideas was to ban bog-offs. But they're not going to, at least for another year now.
He's not kept the weight off.
No, that's a very apt way of putting it.
Yeah. It's difficult. It's a difficult thing.
Yeah.
But... Yeah.
And he goes out running and everything, doesn't he? He probably just...
likes to eat.
Gets tired and eats. Yeah, as we all do.
Well, yeah, we're all guilty of it. Look, stay with us. We've got plenty more to come, and we're going to be joined by one of you very shortly. One of our viewers, find out what they have to say about the size of the civil service and lots of other things as well.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's a fresh start out there in many places, but there is plenty of sunshine around, and we keep those sunny skies well into the afternoon, and it will feel warm. High pressure is building from the south. The isobars are opening out, so it's going to be much less windy for northern areas, and there'll be less cloud, less rain. Still a few spots of rain first thing for the far north of Scotland, but even here it will dry up and brighten up by late morning, and, well, largely sunny skies for the vast majority, just some patchy cloud towards the west and at times the north, but otherwise it's just dry, it's fine, and with the sunshine it is going to feel warm. Lighter winds and temperatures up to 16 to 18 Celsius for Scotland, for Northern Ireland, perhaps 20 for the east of Scotland, 18 to 20 for Northern England, and we're looking at 24 towards the southeast. But as temperatures rise, we're also likely to see some showers develop, mainly towards the southwest through the evening and then more widely across southern parts of the UK overnight. Perhaps even some thunderstorms, especially towards the English Channel coast. Some very heavy rainfall in a few spots here. 12 or 13 Celsius in the south. Fresher further north as we start off Sunday, but plenty of sunshine for Scotland and Northern Ireland. Even here, there'll be a few showers developing as we go through the morning, mainly southern Scotland, parts of eastern Northern Ireland. And showers will also tend to develop through parts of Wales, the Midlands, Northern England especially. But in the afternoon, it will brighten up in the south with temperatures again on the warm side, 23, 24 Celsius. Northern Scotland also avoiding the showers, some sunshine here. But Monday sees more widespread showers and outbreaks of rain, particularly for northern and western parts of the country. Tuesday looks sunnier again towards the southeast and very warm.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
And the national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question.
That's two questions, actually. That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
"6:27 morning to you. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Yes, and as always on Breakfast, we love to hear from you. We are, after all, the People's Channel. That's yours, in other words. So get in touch with your thoughts on the big stories or absolutely anything we're talking about today.
Yes, and if you do, we might give you a little call back.
Yeah, because Michael says, I predict the UK will come top 5 and Ukraine will win tonight's Eurovision Song Contest. We're having a party in Gloucester with drinking games.
Oh, drinking games. Yeah, it's got to be done.
Have a good evening.
Got to be done. I don't know about Ukraine winning. I just sort of think that's so political.
Yeah, but I think everybody will want to show support, won't they?
Yeah,
It'll be interesting.
It's meant to be about the song, which means Britain should win, though I haven't actually heard it yet.
No, apparently it's very good, and the man singing it, it's called Spaceman, is a TikTok sensation.
Oh.
And maybe that's quite a good tactic nowadays to go for somebody who is a social media sensation.
Maybe. Might be the way forward. Look, so we sometimes we give you a call back and say, do you want to come on the show? Why not? Let's talk to Stuart Brown, who's one of our viewers and listeners and is an entrepreneur from Yorkshire. Morning. It's lovely to see you this morning. Look, what's caught your eye in the news? We've been talking a lot over the past couple of days about the civil service trimming down. I mean, as an entrepreneur, you're a man who knows how business works. Do you think it's time things like the civil service and indeed the size of the state is trimmed down?
Yes, I do, because it's far too expensive, you know. And I believe a lot of them, they're not with Brexit, they're not with the government, so they're actually working against the government, trying to bring through Brexit to its foregone conclusion, and they're just, I don't know, they're just trying to spoil the whole thing.
We don't know an awful lot about you, I'm afraid. We were told you're an entrepreneur, which suggests you're a businessman. How do you feel about the general cost of living crisis?
Well, yeah, it's very difficult, and I had one person yesterday say it was partly due to Brexit, and that doesn't explain why we've got high prices in Europe and high prices in America. So I don't feel it's anything to do with Brexit.
No. I mean, it would seem as though Brexit is not a player in this. We've got to be honest, because this is everywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
People contact us from Australia, say they're struggling with it all too. But bear in mind, we've still got to do something as a country. What would you like to see the government do?
Well, I think, you know, a Tory government should be low taxes. So we should be looking to give the people low taxes and maybe give them, you know, a chance to get a rebate or help them through the taxes to give them a bit more money in their pocket.
And what about taxing the people who can afford to pay? What about a windfall tax on the oil and gas companies, for instance?
Well, I think they've suffered a lot through the last few years. But if they're making a vast amount of money, then why not take a bit more back for the people? Yeah,
it's.
We've got some very moody lighting on you at the moment.
You have, yes. It's the sun gone behind the cloud.
Oh, that's better. A bit better.
Is that better?
Because you're shooting.
Oh, there you go. We can just about make you out.
See, this is the problem with working from home. You have to get set up, don't you?
Well, what do you think about working from home? I guess as an entrepreneur running your own thing, maybe working from home is a bit easier to do and a bit more legitimate, if you like. But is the Prime Minister right when he says people need to get back to the office?
Well, it doesn't really apply to me because I've always worked from home, but I've had offices and I've had businesses where you meet people. That's the thing, you need to meet people to, you know, arrange some sort of a deal or some sort of a system. If you're not doing that, I think we're missing out on a lot of potential new business.
What sort of business are you in? Or have you been in?
Basically, yeah, I buy and sell assets, you know, redundant assets, machinery, factories. So I buy them and I move them on to another customer,
So
someone who's looking to buy.
You spend a lot of time in front of a computer screen, do you?
From time to time, yeah. I have done lately through COVID, yes. Because I've not been able to get around.
We've been talking about whether it's entirely healthy for people to work much from home. I mean, do you get lonely? Do you get worried about... or do you, as Boris Johnson said, go to the fridge too much and put on the kettle too often? If you were in an office, you'd be in a proper working environment with other people.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's true. And if you're in an office, you're working with people, you don't snack too often and you're moving around. Whereas if you're at home, you're sat there, like you say, you're going to the fridge, you're snacking. It's not good.
I suppose the difference for someone like you is it's your business. Therefore, you're gonna put the work in because it's all down to the bottom line. It's employees that are the problem, I guess, of which I'd count myself as one. You know, I'm inherently lazy, I think, and if I was working from home, I wouldn't be as productive.
Yeah, I think I've seen some people actually doing more work from home and other people doing less. So I think it's how you are, really, whether you want to do a full day or not, really.
It's nice not to have to commute, I must say. That's something I do hate.
Yeah, I think that's a big saving on time, isn't it? And expense.
Oh, that's better. We can see you in better light now. The sun's come out again, I think. How is the weather up there? Was that Bingley, I think you were in? How is it?
Yeah, Bingley, West Yorkshire. It's nice and sunny this morning.
Yeah,
it's nice.
Lovely. That's why we're getting your moody lighting, because there's a lot of contrast going on because the sun is out.
Yeah.
It's lovely to talk to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you.
Have a lovely day.
Stuart, thank you. God's own county, as they say.
It is, absolutely. It's nice when the sun's out as well.
And do you know what? And then it sounds, but as a northerner, I love hearing other northern accents on the telly.
I bet you do.
It's like going. I mean, not that mine's a Yorkshire accent, but even so, it's just like, it feels like going home.
Do you think men get nicer the further north you go?
Men? I think everybody does.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think there's a lot more of a community spirit.
I think my mum always said the men are nicer the further north you go.
Yeah.
That's a terrible thing to say about the southerners, isn't it, really, though?
I do think there is a...
But why is it just more laid back?
I mean, there's people from Barrow and Walney and all that, where I'm originally from, who message me on Twitter, who I've never met, who say, next time you're up, I'm going to take you for an ice cream on the coast road and all that sort of thing. And they would do it. If I messaged them and said, I'm going to be up next week, they would do it. And I just think I'm not saying southerners wouldn't do it, but there's a warmth there, which is sort of uniquely...
But that's what they always say.
Uniquely northern, I think.
Yeah. And the southerners are just a little more standoffish.
Yeah.
Do you think that's true? Tony says supermarkets make suppliers double their production without additional payment for the extra goods. So it's the suppliers that lose out financially, not the supermarkets.
Ooh.
That's talking about buy one, get one free offers.
That's it. It's got to work, though, for even if that's right, and I don't know if it's right or wrong, I don't know if you're right or wrong, Tony, but if that's right, it's got to work for somebody somewhere, hasn't it? Not just the supermarkets. The suppliers have got to be able to do it.
And why does it still only appear to be on what we might call more rubbishy food?
Yeah.
Than the really good stuff? I don't know.
Yeah,
Roger says, back in the workplace, of course people should be back in their workplace. It's where Brits thrive.
This is true. I'll tell you what, if you're in the supermarket, and I'm terrible for it, but you sort of see, there's a packet of whatever it might be, biscuits or whatever, and if you buy this family-size one, it's better value.
Yeah, and that's true.
Well, no.
Oh, sometimes on some of the little labels it says it makes how much 4p per unit or something.
Yeah, how much per 100 grams. Always look at that, because sometimes it actually says better value. When you look at it, it's more per biscuit or more per gram or whatever. Always check it out.
Yes. Are we being fooled into thinking we're getting a deal when actually we're not?
I'll tell you what I've discovered. Bread.
What?
I discovered bread. No, but I always used to just go, that looks, just get a loaf of bread. Didn't look at the price.
No, I couldn't tell you how much a loaf of bread is.
Yeah, well, now I was looking at a well-known brand of bread, which I would always sort of was about £1.60. Supermarket brand, 89p.
That's the difference.
And it's
still bread.
It's still bread. It's very nice.
Yeah, so toasted. Jam and marmalade.
Oh, I've just seen they've brought out a new Marmite with truffle in it.
Marmite's bad enough without putting truffle in
you're
it.
not a Marmite fan?
I'm not a Marmite fan.
Ooh,
but truffle is very, very dry.
I fancy that. But it was £4. So it was in the supermarket yesterday. It was £4.50 for the jar. And I thought, no.
No, not worth it.
Not worth £4.50, but it sounds very nice.
Anyway, do let us know your views on the Daily Shop.
Yes.
Well, it is a Saturday after all. A lot of people go out and do their shopping.
Yeah. Plus, we're going to have all your papers coming up in a couple of minutes, so don't go anywhere.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
The national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
.40 morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne on your TV, on your radio and online.
And it's time to go through the papers now. Joining us this morning, Pete Price and former Conservative advisor Claire Pearsall. Lovely to see you both. Morning.
Morning.
What are we kicking off with? The cost of living, Pete.
Yep, we are indeed. But before I do, can I just give this to Stephen? I found it before.
Oh, what's
Why
that?
being married and working for yourself can help ward off menopause.
Oh.
So just read it for later. Just as you're getting married. Just right. So the first.
What a lovely wedding present.
Oh, lovely. Ward off the... It's just by menopause, not the menopause. It's menopause.
Oh, it's Dr.
All right.
Michael Mosley. Oh, he's quite good. Yes, you ought to read that.
I don't
Just
want
thought it's for private reading that.
Yes, I don't want the menopause, thank you.
No, you don't. That's why you want to read it.
Right.
Right.
Thank you.
So the golden era of cheap food is over, households are told, which is really interesting. A former Sainsbury's boss has warned that shoppers now face hard choices on what they spend money on. It is worrying, the whole cost of living. I actually am sensible, and I live on my own, and I'm sensible on what I spend money on too. But I also, and I'm not going to be criticised, well, I am going to be criticised for this, but if my fridge is full of food and there's stuff left, I do a meal to use it. Honestly, don't throw food away. I cannot believe the amount of people that buy just for the sake of buying. And this is really telling you that you've got to start thinking about what you put in your fridge or what you put on your table.
It's interesting what he's saying is he's saying it's nothing to do with the pandemic or interest rates or anything, or Ukraine or anything. He's just saying that there was a golden era of cheap food in the last 20 years. We've all got used to it. And actually, it's going to finish. It's going to end. Food is going to get just generally more expensive everywhere.
But the waste is ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. People that throw food away. Mum, at the end, are you sensible?
Well, I think it's a generational thing, because I was taught by my mum to cook very basic meals, and, you know, she was very good. I'm a little bit rubbish, I have to admit. But it is that sort of using up of leftovers, what you make the following day, planning for the week ahead. And I think it's very easy to be able to just pop into the supermarket on the way home and just think, oh, I'll have that tonight, I'll have that. But I think we need to start planning, because we can't keep relying upon the cheap food, and farmers are going to go out of business if we all demand that potatoes and carrots and all the rest of it are at such a low price. So, we need to take a little bit of responsibility for ourselves.
And milk. I mean, dairy farmers have struggled for generations.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because supermarkets don't want to
I know a couple of guys that I would guarantee where there will be at 4:45 every single evening midweek. They will be at Sainsbury's waiting for the cheap prices. A lot of people do that now.
Yes, they do.
Yeah. Do get it. You get it at home. Chuck it in the freezer. There you go.
It's planning as well. And I was never taught to plan, and I'm somebody who occasionally gets to the end of the week, looks in the fridge, and there's food that's been in there for days and I've forgotten about. But I will at least then try and use it up. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's the point, isn't it? Is that we need to be a little bit better at that. And I think through the pandemic, I was quite good at planning meals because I had time to do so. back working full time and everything else that's going on, it does slip by the wayside, and you need to be a little bit better and a bit more organised. And, you know, I think it's incumbent upon us all to be that little bit better.
And there's some food there that you can see I don't know, ragu or stew or whatever. You can actually make it yourself, even if you're not a good cook. You can get a slow cooker, and they really are amazing things. You throw anything into it, leave it for 4 or 5 hours.
Somebody in government said something about
a slow cooker, yeah.
Giving it, the best thing they could do for families is give them a slow cooker.
Yeah, well, I said it on here once. Yeah. And I think no, I actually said, I'm not a government minister.
Maybe you should
be.
Would you like to be one?
No, but no, I think they're marvellous because you can throw them in, leave it all day, and honestly, it's fun. Put a stock cube in. You don't have to be a cook. You can really do it. But we've got to start thinking like this.
Well, I think we've got a generation of young people who don't like casseroles.
Yes, I know. And my son,
I've tried it on them,
who is sitting outside at the moment, doesn't like a casserole. And it's like, how can you not? It's just everything, and the flavours are so wonderful. But they've grown up not having it and not knowing the joy of sort of stew and dumplings.
we didn't like vegetables. That was our generation. Well, that was my generation. Sorry, I was putting you in my generation. I do apologise, you youngsters. That was our generation. And then now you're saying about casseroles. Amazing.
I remember when we had growing up, when Dad was made unemployed and Mum was a teacher, but didn't have a lot of money. We black-eyed bean stew.
Yep.
Because black-eyed beans were cheap.
Yeah.
And you could make a stew. And I have to remember, as kids, we didn't like it.
Yeah.
But it was nutritious and healthy.
And you had to eat it. If you're hungry, eat it.
Yeah.
And cheap. It was cheap.
That's what all of those old stews, like Irish stew, is just lamb and potatoes. But if it's done properly, and as you say, slow, it tastes fabulous.
But isn't it, years ago, before I went into show business, I was in catering, went to catering college, but I had dinner parties. My friends used to take the mickey out of me because I used to either use breast of lamb or belly pork. They are now both sought-after joints, but they were flavourful and cheap. My friends, cheap.
Cheap is good.
Well, that's also the days when you could go to your local butcher and ask for a bag of cheap meat.
Yeah, and you can't do that so much now. I mean, the price of meat is astronomical. But again, we go back to the farmers. So lamb is really expensive. But the price that a farmer gets for a lamb is appalling. It doesn't cover the cost of actually raising that lamb to put it on our plates.
Yeah. It's like the Liverpool woman that went into the butcher's and she went, give us a leg of lamb, and leave the rest of the body on.
Fair point.
Good idea.
Claire, working from home in the Daily Mail, the PM says, get back.
Now, you see, this story is just going to anger a lot of people, and I should admit now that I work from home 3 days a week, and I go into the office for 2 days, and that works perfectly. It works for my boss, most importantly, because, she's the one that requires me in, but it works for the rest of my life. The fact is that I don't have to spend out on very expensive train fares, car parking, and losing 2 to 3 hours of my day travelling. So I think the Prime Minister's comments, and especially the one about all people do is make a coffee and then stumble to the fridge and cut off a chunk of cheese. And he seemed to sort of think that all we ever do is go between the fridge and the coffee machine and actually don't do any work. When I've probably worked harder at home than I do in the office. I get very distracted in the office.
But are you the exception rather than the rule?
I don't think I am the exception. I think the majority of people who work from home do it very, very successfully. Now, there are some areas of the civil service, which we will also come on to, which clearly isn't working. Passport Office, DVLA, the DWP, for example. So they do need to be back in the office. But the majority of people for the last 2 years have dealt with this. Their productivity is up. So I don't understand why the Prime Minister now is demanding that everybody goes back. There are benefits to it, and there are benefits for younger employees mixing and learning from older employees. But for the majority of us, in my small office,
in the bigger picture, cities are having major problems because people aren't going back to work because of the small shops, because of the salons, because of the barber shops, because of the restaurants. They need those people back. There's a huge building in Liverpool now which is supposed to have 3,000 people in it, and there aren't anything like 3,000. 3,000. All those businesses around were waiting for that to happen. Then sadly we had a pandemic. So there's an awful lot more to it.
But on the flip side of that, and I do understand, you know, working in London, I can see that those businesses will suffer. But my local village, for argument's sake, I wouldn't use for 5 days a week if I was in London, because I would leave before it opened and I would come back before when it had closed. I now use my local shops so much more. The majority of my time is spent going over to local shops and just meeting all the people that I live in the same village with, and using the local shops and
but
the local
are we going to end
shops.
up with two, you know, society being in half of those who can afford or at least have the sort of jobs where you can work from home, and the other half who have to go into the office? Is that how we're going to end up?
Well, I think
who's the better off?
I mean, I do think it's very difficult to sort of say who will be better off, and it's trying to be turned into a class war, which I really disagree with. And the government came out and said, well, you know, what about people, you know, refuse collectors, nurses, carers, they can't work from home. You know, this is a class thing, but it isn't, because a brain surgeon, a train driver, you know, every industry will have those jobs that you cannot do from home. But I think flexibility has got to be the key. I really, really do.
Well, let us know what you think. GBViews at gbnews.uk. I think it's an issue dividing the nation on that one, to be honest. Pete, Claire, thank you both very much indeed. We shall catch up with you a little bit later on.
Right now, let's bring you up to date with the headlines. And as we've been discussing, the government is delaying a ban on buy one, get one free deals on unhealthy food because of the squeeze on household budgets. The Department of Health and Social Care says cancelling promotions on food and drink that are high in fat, salt or sugar will be put back until autumn next year.
Deborah James says it was a generous honour to be presented with her damehood at home by the Duke of Cambridge. Prince William went to see Bowel Babe, as she's known, and her family, as it was announced she's raised more than £5 million for cancer research. She's now on end-of-life care.
Labour claims Conservatives could have saved each UK household nearly £420 with the money they lost to fraud in their COVID business support schemes. The party says the wasted money is equivalent to more than a month's worth of food for a family.
And walking and cycling schemes across England have been given £200 million of government funding. It's part of a £2 billion commitment to active travel announced by the Prime Minister in July 2020.
Now, the Children and Families Minister, Will Quince, has confirmed yesterday that the Department for Education will consult before the summer on plans to raise the number of 2-year-olds that one member of staff can care for in early years settings in England from 4 to 5.
Now, Britain has some of the highest childcare costs, blamed in part on the high level of government regulation on the sector.
Well, joining us now in the studio is Arya Babu, who's a researcher at the Entrepreneurs Network and a mum, I think, as well.
No.
You're not. I was told you were, but that's just interesting because I just wonder what mothers and carers will feel about that. Will it work?
Probably will work. Most countries have much more relaxed childcare ratios than we do. I mean, the 5 number comes from Scotland, but Norway has about 8 to 10 children per carer, and Denmark and Finland and Spain all don't have any ratios whatsoever, and people are very comfortable with the care. France, people are very, very happy about the creche system, and they also have much more relaxed ratios than we do.
If the ratio is being relaxed somewhat, what's that going to do to prices? Because obviously childcare is so expensive.
Hopefully, we will see them drop. In fact, there's a good paper from Mercatus that basically says, and I think this is quite an intuitive finding, that every time you increase the amount of slack that like childminders and nursery staff have, you decrease the price in exactly that proportion. It's a pretty obvious one-to-one relationship.
So what do the employers, the childcare facilities, think of this?
The responses are pretty mixed. I think there's a degree to which people have a bias that the way they have learned how to do something is the correct way that it happens. So you do end up with a lot of nursery and childminding staff saying that actually they need these ratios. But when you just look at other countries, you can see that it's evidently not true.
You can see it from everyone's point of view, can't you? You can see it from the carers who are employed. They're very often young women, and you can see them worried that they're going to be exploited with far too many children to look after, and the workload is just going to come back onto them.
Yeah, and this is true. You actually see like a lot of people train in the industry and then leave because they find it so difficult. The most common leaving destination for people who work in childcare is actually supermarket work, because they find that easier and it's paid roughly the same amount, especially with shortages.
Gosh.
And I think a lot of that pain doesn't come from the number of children they have to take care of. It's instead the amount of bureaucracy they have to do when they're taking care of children. We have really, really tightly regulated early year curriculums, which means that they have to note down how like a child's motor skills are working, how they're interacting with other kids, whether or not they can like drink milk on their own and that kind of thing, which gives them less time to interact with children, which is a big part of the reason why lots of people choose to go into childcare, and more time filling out forms for Ofsted.
Yeah. But it is about the balance, isn't it? We'd be complaining if we were saying that we weren't monitoring these children, we weren't looking for potential issues that we could deal with very quickly.
To an extent, I think that's true. But most of us were basically raised, I think, or had help from people in our communities who were known to our parents. Like there used to be a flourishing informal sector. Like my next door neighbour cared for me quite a lot, and now I call her my grandmother. As like a sort of surrogate family member. And that's now illegal because we have such tightly regulated sector. I think parents would probably feel much more comfortable if it were easier for them to use informal childcare via their friends and like family members.
Yeah, I mean, child care used to often be done as well by young mums who had children of their own. And it was the only way they could actually make any money at all was by taking in other children as well and looking after them within a home, which you can argue is very good for a child.
I would say that's probably exactly the most natural thing. I don't think it's very rare to have children only cared for by their parents and then by
an institutionalised sort of setup. Yeah.
Yeah. OK, well, it's an interesting one. Look, really good to talk to you, Aria. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Do stay with us. We've got plenty more to come. And, of course, we want to hear your views on absolutely everything, from the Queen beaming yesterday at the Windsor Horse Show right through to the Eurovision Song Contest.
Oh, yes, please. gbviews@gbnews.uk. We'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's a fresh start out there in many places, but there is plenty of sunshine around, and we keep those sunny skies well into the afternoon, and it will feel warm. High pressure is building from the south. The isobars are opening out, so it's going to be much less windy for northern areas, and there'll be less cloud, less rain. Still a few spots of rain first thing for the far north of Scotland, but even here it'll dry up and brighten up by late morning. And, well, largely sunny skies for the vast majority. Just some patchy cloud towards the west and at times the north, but otherwise it's just dry, it's fine. And with the sunshine, it is going to feel warm. Lighter winds and temperatures up to 16 to 18 Celsius for Scotland, for Northern Ireland, perhaps 20 for the east of Scotland, 18 to 20 for Northern England, and we're looking at 24 towards the southeast. But as temperatures rise, we're also likely to see some showers develop, mainly towards the southwest through the evening and then more widely across southern parts of the UK overnight. Perhaps even some thunderstorms, especially towards the English Channel coast. Some very heavy rainfall in a few spots here. 12 or 13 Celsius in the south. Fresher further north as we start off Sunday, but plenty of sunshine for Scotland and Northern Ireland. Even here, there'll be a few showers developing as we go through the morning, mainly southern Scotland, parts of eastern Northern Ireland. And showers will also tend to develop through parts of Wales, the Midlands, Northern England especially. But in the afternoon, it will brighten up in the south with temperatures again on the warm side, 23, 24 Celsius. Northern Scotland also avoiding the showers, some sunshine here. But Monday sees more widespread showers and outbreaks of rain, particularly for northern and western parts of the country. Tuesday looks sunnier again towards the southeast and very warm.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
The national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
A ban on buy one, get one free deals for unhealthy food has been delayed by the government due to what they say is the unprecedented squeeze on living standards.
Good morning. It's 7 o'clock on Saturday, the 14th of May. You're watching and listening to Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
Now, apparently, it is going to be a sunny Saturday. Temperatures soaring to 24 degrees. Perfect weather for a barbecue today. If you fancy a bit of that, let us know what you're going to get up to.
You've been tearing the plastic covers off your new patio furniture.
Got new patio furniture
And a new barbecue.
And a new barbecue.
Are you set up to actually use it this afternoon, do you think?
No, we haven't got any gas for it yet.
Oh. All right.
It
well,
looks
there you go.
nice.
One thing at a time.
It's a wedding present to ourselves.
Oh, I see.
So there you go. Sort of it is.
Well, if it's going to be sunny, you need to start using it.
We should. Here are the headlines for you today.
The planned ban on multi-buy promotions on foods and drinks which are high in fat, salt or sugar is being put back a year to October next year. The decision comes in the wake of rising food costs for consumers. But will it help?
The Prime Minister says working from home doesn't work. What do you think? In an exclusive interview with the Mail, the PM demands that millions get back to the office.
And this all comes, of course, as Cabinet Minister Jacob Rees-Mogg raises suspicions that civil servants are working from home just so that they can have a long weekend off. That's in an interview in The Telegraph this morning.
Coming up, we're going to talk to royal author following the Queen's appearance yesterday at the Windsor Horse Show. If you're watching on TV or the app, you can see how delighted she absolutely looks. If you're on the radio, imagine the biggest smile you can think of. She was last seen in public in March when she attended the service commemorating the life of Prince Philip.
And meanwhile, Prince William has paid a personal visit to the podcaster and bowel cancer campaigner Deborah James to award her a damehood. Deborah, who is sadly on the end of life care now, has raised more than £5.2 million for Cancer Research UK just in the last week or so.
And it is FA Cup final day as Liverpool attempt to complete their quadruple of trophies. We'll talk to Aidan McGee to see if Chelsea can be the team to halt those ambitions.
So, as you can see, there's loads of subjects and news stories to get involved with today. Everything from bog-offs to Eurovision Song Contest and who's going to win tonight. Do share your views by emailing gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet us at gbnews.
I had a rather strange experience yesterday.
Oh, tell us more.
It was on the way. I forgot to mention it to you yesterday. It was on the way into the office, just round the corner from here, and and I felt very British, but not necessarily in a good way. So I was walking in, 4:30 in the morning. A very nice young man on a Boris bike came up to me and said, "Oh, good morning." Or is it evening? I said, I think it's morning, is it? Yeah. Do you want any coke or weed?
Oh.
Drugs. In case you're not familiar with the parlance. And I went, "No, thank you." And then sort of walked on.
Did you say, "No, thank you, sorry"? Because that's probably what I would have done.
Yes, I mean, it's almost sort of apologetic that I wasn't wanting to buy illegal drugs from this... He was a very polite young man. But, you know, you sort of walk away thinking, is this what the world is coming to now? That you stopped on the way to the office in the early hours of the morning to ask if you want to buy drugs.
Maybe it's because it was the early hours. It was dark.
I was astounded.
Yeah.
But still polite.
Yes, well, of course, because you're very British and very polite.
Oh, thank you.
But we do that. I mean, if somebody knocks into me, I apologise.
Yeah.
It's just a very British thing to do. I don't think they do it anywhere else in the world, do they?
I do remember once, years ago, I was at a music festival in my younger days, and, you know, they've got the Portaloos.
Yes.
And someone hadn't locked the door, and I opened the door, and there was a lady sat on the Portaloo, and she went, "Oh, I'm sorry." It's just, we are very British.
I think that is a bit British, isn't it?
Yeah.
I wonder if we'll be very British tonight at the Eurovision Song Contest, because we did so appallingly last year. We got nil points.
Was it nil points last year?
Both from the judges and from the audience. Apparently that's never happened before, ever, in the history of Eurovision. But we are tipped to be in the top 5 this time, because we've got a TikTok star doing it. He's written a song called Spaceman, and apparently he is... he's really quite something. I haven't watched him yet, but
we need to,
because we have a good chance tonight. I wonder if you care. I don't know. It is, like you said, a bit of
I mean,
fun.
I know Eurovision, we don't take it... Everyone else takes it quite seriously, and we just laugh at it. But it's a nice laugh. It's good fun.
The hot favourites are, of course, Ukraine. I don't think it's necessarily on the strength of the song or the performance. No. It'll be because everybody wants to show support.
But who's this? There's a picture...
There's an extraordinary picture, of people in sort of... Well...
Head-to-toe lycra.
Head-to-toe lycra, but the top is yellow, and they're wearing sunglasses, so they look a bit like Men in Black, but with yellow tops. And they've got long ears, and it's Norway. They're called Subwoolfer, and their song is about how you've got to feed bananas to dogs. Should we try... Where's camera 5? Over there. I don't know if you can see that. We tried to describe it as well as we possibly could for those of you listening on the radio. But if you watch Eurovision tonight, you'll be able to see how good they are. Apparently, it's very, very funny very wacky.
Wacky,
and, But we are something like 5th from the end, and apparently that's always quite good.
Yes, better to be
because you're fresh in the memory of the people who are voting.
Yeah, oh, well.
So keep your fingers crossed and tell us more if you're going to have a Eurovision party tonight.
Keep your fingers crossed.
Lots of people do. Very seriously.
There's lots of you up early this morning. Valerie says, I'm up very early this morning because my son is starting very early at our local chemist. He works at the pharmacy counter. He said he served you, Stephen.
Oh, well, there you are.
I wonder
where that is.
I wonder what that is. I am in the chemist quite a lot, to be fair, because all my... No, that could sound worse, couldn't it? It could sound worse. But no, because I have lots of insulin and all that, those sort of gubbins and things.
So you get to know your chemist, don't you? You get to know your pharmacist, really well.
So I wonder, Valerie, get back in touch. Tell me which chemist it is. Well, it's either Sainsbury's, which I sometimes use, or Hilltops. Pretty much one of the two.
OK, well, very good morning.
So there you go.
You're off to work. We were talking earlier about private schools and whether or not, we should knock them all the time. Stephen was saying that you're very uncomfortable with the whole concept of private education.
Yeah, it doesn't sit well with me.
Jason says, morning, Jason, we put both our boys through private school. However, doing this meant we couldn't buy a house of our own until their last year. No regrets, as they received the attention they needed, which helped them, not just in learning, but with mental health issues, which I don't think they would have received if they went to a state school. Depends on the school, I suppose, doesn't it?
You do get a lot of very good state schools. On working from home, interesting that Jonathan says, I've worked in the civil service for 20 years. As a result of Brexit and COVID, we had to undertake a variety of new work. This meant our usual work has been set aside, but we are getting back on track. Well, we know there have been delays with a lot of stuff. I do far more work at home than I do when I'm in the office. And our statistics show this is the case across the board.
Oh, I don't know. Stuart says, I think it's an overgeneralisation that home working means less productivity in all cases. The government want people in offices to spend money in the local area, which in turn generates tax revenue for them. Yeah. I can see that the government thinks that the way it was is the way it should continue to be.
Also, well, there's a bit more spending. I know Claire was saying, you've got to pay for the fuel or parking or train fares. In a way, we need to spend more on the economy to try and deal with things, so it's difficult to do. Steve says working from home doesn't work very well. I've done it. Too many distractions and temptations. Most people don't have the space required to set up a work environment, and if they do, it becomes a lonely experience. Can't beat being around colleagues at work. I'd agree with you on that one, Steve.
You have to know what sort of person you are as well, don't you?
I think a lot of it does boil down to who you are as an individual, and I know that if I'm just at home, I will get distracted.
Yeah, I mean, Boris even says that Boris Johnson has done an exclusive interview in the Daily Mail today in which he says working from home doesn't work and you've got to get back into the office. If you try to work from home, and he must be saying this from experience, he says all you do is wander into the kitchen, open the fridge, have a look what's in there, go and put the kettle on.
Get a slice of cheese.
Yeah, get a big chunk of cheese, that's right. They go and put the kettle on and then walk very slowly back to the laptop. I'm not sure that's entirely true either.
It would be for me.
I make a lot of cups of coffee if I'm working from home, but once I've sat down in front of the computer, you can go for hours without noticing time go by.
So it just reminds me of when I was, at university or doing my A-levels or GCSEs and things like that, and revision. They see I was terrible at that because I just couldn't. My niece is amazing at that. My nephew's more like me.
I think you've got it or you haven't.
Yeah, I just haven't got that discipline. So I know it would not work for me, even though there are times, of course, at 3 o'clock in the morning, you think, oh, I've got to drive all the way to London now.
That is quite something.
It is quite something, but it just has to be done. And I get to see Anne and all the lovely team backstage. That's very nice.
We wouldn't be able to do this, would we? I don't think very easily from home.
No.
We were talking about bog-offs as well. Buy one, get one free, and we're going to talk about that right now. Jean says, why not, if you're worried about bog-offs, why not put the bog-off extra one into the food bank collection trolley, and then it helps out?
Yeah, if you don't want it yourself. That's a good point. Well, the government has scrapped its plans to ban supermarket buy one, get one free deals, or suspend it for a while anyway.
The Prime Minister still believes that certain unhealthy foods fuel the country's obesity crisis.
Yeah, but he's delayed the ban for a year because of the squeeze on living standards at the moment. Let's talk to David Maddox, who's political editor of The Express Online. Good to see you this morning. I mean,
Morning.
You can see the thinking behind this, certainly, David, but I mean, he's already coming under fire from the Labour Party.
Well, actually, there's a big philosophical issue at play here, which is, whether you believe in the government and, the state interfering in people's lives and businesses, or just allow people to make the choices for themselves, informed choices for themselves. I mean, a lot of us would argue that he shouldn't just delay this ban, he should just forget about the ban altogether. And I know a lot of Conservative MPs would like him to forget about it because, it's just interfering in people's lives. It's a classic nanny state.
It's something he thought up, though, isn't it, really, when he came out of hospital after suffering from COVID so badly. And he said at the time, didn't he, that it was really banged into him while he was in hospital that people who are overweight or obese are more likely to suffer from COVID. And he came out absolutely determined to do something to help the nation beat its obesity crisis.
Yes, well, I mean, obviously... not to put it too delicately, he had a weight problem himself and famously lost a lot of it with sort of diet and so forth. I think it's going a bit back on. And he's obsessed with us being the fattest nation in Europe. But, there is an issue there, but, perhaps it should be more of an education thing than telling people what they can and cannot eat. And what businesses can and cannot sell in, perfectly legal products.
Look, there you are, David, talking to us from home. I mean, admittedly, it's very early in the morning. But shouldn't you be getting off your backside and going into the office?
Well, thankfully, today's my day off. But, I love coming on with you guys. I don't know about this. I think I personally struggled a lot in lockdown because my type of work, I've been a journalist, relies an awful lot on actually meeting people face to face, and Zoom calls and telephone calls just don't replace that at all. And I think that's true for a lot of jobs. Actually being with your colleagues, meeting people properly is an entirely different experience. And I mean, I was fine working from home personally. I in terms of being able to get the job done and write things up. But it's a meeting up with people. And I know certainly with the civil service, we had a lot of stories coming from the foreign diplomats here who were complaining that they couldn't actually meet people properly in the civil service, and even after lockdown finished, and that it was actually affecting business and affecting operations of its government.
Well, we'll let you enjoy your day off at home. Stephen and I often forget that actually Saturday is a day off for a lot of people.
Yes, normal people are at home.
Yeah. Normal people are at home today. Yeah.
David, thank you. Thank you very much indeed.
Much.
It just reminded me when he was talking there. I mean, talking about me being lazy. I've been on Zoom meetings before, sat in front of the computer like this, and with the TV behind, and I just mute the Zoom. So
and watch the TV?
So I don't have to listen to them and look over the top of it past the webcam and watch the telly. I've done that, yeah.
That's really naughty.
And just occasionally you nod and
you
smile.
Nod, so, yeah.
Yeah, I've done that. I'm terrible.
Then you could always use the excuse that, I'm sorry I didn't hear you because your picture froze.
Yeah. Thing went down.
Did you do that to me?
No! I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. But no, that's easy. Don't trust me. Well, I'm saying.
OK. Should we bring you up to date with the headlines so far? Anyway, as we've been talking about, the Prime Minister has renewed calls for a return to the office, saying working from home does not work. In an interview in the Daily Mail, Boris Johnson says staff were more productive, more energetic, more full of ideas when they're in the workplace alongside colleagues.
The government's cut ties with the National Union of Students after allegations of anti-Semitism. The university's minister has withdrawn government funding from the NUS and ordered it to be removed from all Department for Education groups.
And new data shows COVID-19 infections across the UK are now at their lowest level since before Christmas. In England, infections have fallen for the fifth week running, with 1.2 million people likely to test positive, the equivalent of about 1 in 45 people.
Walking and cycling schemes across England have been given £200 million of government funding. It's part of a £2 billion commitment to active travel announced by the Prime Minister back in July 2020.
Now, good news all round. The Queen arrived at the Royal Windsor Horse Show yesterday after missing, of course, the state opening of Parliament early in the week for the first time since 1963. Now, we all know that she has mobility problems and she's had to cancel a number of recent public appearances. She was last seen in public in March when she attended a service commemorating the life of the Duke of Edinburgh at Westminster Abbey.
Oh, let's talk to royal biographer and commentator Angela Levin, who's here. And for those listening on the radio, you've just got to describe the Queen as having the biggest smile you can imagine. She looked wonderful yesterday.
Well, she looked almost childlike in her enthusiasm and as if she had so much energy. And the smile, I mean, she was thrilled that she got a trophy because one of her horses won. And,
that's the key to our Queen, isn't it?
Yes.
It's talking horses with her and letting one of her horses win.
and being with her horses. And I saw her in the car that brought her there, and a horse came by and her face just lifted with joy. It was very nice. I think it's very different if you're taken by...
Hang on, Angela. I think we've got
a mic problem. Let's get Jake in.
We'll have a look at a few
Get Jake in to sort your mic out. I don't know what you've done to it, Angela. I don't know what you've done. Let's have a look at the Queen.
Yeah, it was wonderful that she turned up. She was driven there by Range Rover, and that's when we first saw pictures of her beaming from the seat of the Range Rover.
Oh, and she's got a headscarf on, which I like.
Well, that's it. You see, we thought at first maybe she'll just sort of pop by in the car and not get out. But then she put on her headscarf She did have a walking stick, I think, with her, but she walked around, and she obviously, when she got there, she wanted to see the horses and walk around and meet the people.
Oh.
She loves that particular horse show. Obviously, it's just down the road. It's more or less in her back garden.
Yeah.
So it's very easy for her to get to. And she obviously thoroughly enjoyed it.
It's just so lovely.
It was a lovely day.
It's lovely to see. I mean, Angela, what is it? I mean, I suppose it's because we know, obviously, she's getting, less mobile, and she is 96, and it is her Platinum Jubilee year. It just seems wonderful. I mean, it lifts my heart to see her looking so happy and lovely and just enjoying herself.
Yes, I think it's a double lifting of your heart, actually. One is you're thrilled to see her out and about, and the other is if you see someone smiling and happy like that, whoever they are, that lifts your heart too. So we had a double whammy, I think, yesterday.
Actually, we had a triple whammy because Prince William was out as well.
Oh, yes.
And he paid a visit to a young lady who is now a dame, Deborah James.
Yeah.
And actually popped into her house and garden, and she's an Instagram queen, and she said how wonderful it was to actually have him pop by into her own garden.
I think it's a real milestone in the way that people, senior royals, live and behave. I mean, before, you would never expect that. And the whole of the royal family was withdrawn. You didn't approach them, you didn't go near them. But now they seem to be emergency people, that if they feel that it's got to be done and they want to really care about someone, off they go. I think it's extraordinary that she got the dame just one day before that. How quickly they've moved, which is also very unusual for the palace.
Isn't it very Diana-esque of William to do that? It seems it just reminds me of Diana in a way, that compassion for someone who is in her final days.
Yes, that might be so, but I also think it comes from himself. I think that he has had a difficult journey, and he now wants to be looking after and being kind to other people. But she was thrilled to bits. That will be a long-lasting memory for her and her family. I thought it was a brilliant, totally brilliant gesture. But again, as I said, that it shows how the monarchy has changed. It's much more touchy-feely, but in a nice way, really. There's even dealing with mental health, dealing with childbirth, dealing with pregnant women,
showing a human side.
It's very much showing a human side, whereas before there was a sort of mask there.
And yesterday, was it yesterday? It must have been, I think, when I was driving home, and William and Kate did the interrupted every radio station.
Yes.
With the mental health minute, I think they called it, at 1 minute to 11. It must have been yesterday, something like that, and gave. Which I thought was fascinating to listen to, even just how they introduced themselves. As Kate started it, or Catherine, I should say, said, "Hello, I'm Catherine," and he came in and said, "And I'm William." Yeah. And it's just like, I just thought that was quite an interesting concept, just the way they did it.
I'm not for that, actually. I think that it's fine to be warm and friendly, but it's the magic of the royal family that we have to maintain. And I think you can't lose your title. That's what it's all about. You don't want people being too close to you. People, hello, mate. I think that it's not quite there.
But it's as they were, because they were introducing them, they weren't being interviewed or anything, just as they were introducing themselves. It sort of worked.
I think that works well, and I think during the pandemic, when they were doing loads of Zoom things, they were introducing themselves by their first name. I thought that was a very good idea because people needed that comfort that they were being very friendly to them. But I think William has complained about the title, doesn't like it much, but I think that it's very important to have that title as part of the royal family.
One day, won't he?
Yes.
There's even a lovely story somewhere in the papers. I was just trying to find it in my astonishing filing system here. But Prince Charles was out and about yesterday and was mobbed in a friendly way.
Yes.
Because of he was with a load of young people who found employment through his charity.
Yes.
And apparently he turned out to be really hugely popular. Everybody was clamouring to try and
Yes, it was very moving actually, because he does sometimes feel that he's sort of left out of all that. But there were huge crowds around him and people reaching out and smiling at him. We really admire you, thank you so much. But that's what he's done. I went up to spend a weekend with him in Dumfries House in Scotland. And there they've done the same thing with people who've been on the street. And I was there for dinner. I thought the people looked very strained. And I asked the man sitting next to me, who was an aide, are they all right? He said, well, they've been living on the street until 6 months ago. What he does, very quickly, is they get the training and then he makes sure they then get a job in one of the palaces around the country, because he said if you're just trained, no one's going to give you the chance for the actual experience. And that he wanted to do that. So after you've been working for a royal family in a palace for 6 months, you're almost bound to get a job.
Well, yes, it looks good on your CV, doesn't it?
And I thought that was a wonderful step, an extra step that would help them. And I think he does the same with the people in London. If they can't work and they can't manage to do that, then he uses them as somebody advocating the Prince's Trust work. So they're not put in a position, if they're not well enough to manage a daily routine. And they then just, help sell it. Which seems to work very well. But it's nearly over 1 million people that he's done.
It does wonderful work, the Princess Trust, doesn't it?
And it's not talked about enough, I think.
Can I just ask very briefly about Matthew Paris has written a big piece in the Times today saying Charles should become Prince Regent and now.
Yes.
Why would that be any good? And what quite does it mean?
Well, I'm beginning to think that too. After the pandemic, I wonder if there'll be a conversation. And what it means is they take over all the responsibility and everything, except they don't have a coronation. They're not awarded that. But they take over on behalf of the monarch. And it's if they're unwell or unable to do it. And I think it would be a very good idea. It's very hard for the Queen to let go. But I see nothing wrong with that. And he's waited such a long time. And you can see he and his wife, Camilla, are working flat out. They're everywhere, doing everything, available for the Queen at every moment. And I think although she looked fantastic yesterday, she's not going to regain her strength in the same way that she can be out and about. And she said herself that if I'm not seen, I'm not there. I have to be seen. The journalists and the press have to see me. And I think she should remember that one and rest and take it easy.
Interesting. Yeah, interesting. Angela, as always, it's a delight to see you. We're going to be seeing a lot more of you over the coming weeks.
Yes, we will, won't we? I hope so.
Just bring in a Jubilee pudding next time, would you?
Oh.
So no, that's what I thought.
Yeah, I'm not overly thrilled with that. Anyway, look, stay with us. It's FA Cup final day and Aidan McGee is going to be here in a couple of minutes to talk us through all the details.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
And the national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
"7:28 morning to you. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne on your TV, on your radio and online.
And you might think the big news this afternoon or evening is the Eurovision Song Contest, but ooh, no, because it's the FA Cup final.
Yeah, it is. Good morning to you both.
Hello.
By the way, yeah, look, you know, it's funny, the Eurovision Song Contest is a good comparison because this was something, the FA Cup, and up until probably 20 years ago, was something that would attract the interest or pique the interest of people who wouldn't necessarily ordinarily be interested
That's right, it was the
in
highlight.
football. Yeah, I remember Terrestrial Channel, the coverage. I mean, ITV showed it and the BBC. It'd be a 3 o'clock kickoff. It would be the last game of the domestic season. As we mentioned just off air, as you mentioned to me, it actually doesn't feel like the end of the season. There's still a couple of more games to go, lots of things to be resolved, Champions League, Premier League, etc. It was always the last thing in the calendar. If it wasn't, there had to be an exceptional reason as to why. Today, it's kicking off at 4:45. You know, we had all that fuss the other week.
Time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they haven't particularly given a reason for it. We had all that fuss the other week about how supporters of North West clubs were struggling to get home, or because of the train strike. Well, I fancy that Liverpool fans might struggle to rush for the train for Euston if the game goes to extra time. They're going to be dashing to. It is exactly, and I just think that. You know, they had a chance today the Premier League can't be blamed. They cleared the decks today. They're having all their games tomorrow, because they want to respect the FA Cup. And the Premier League has a lot to... There's a big reason... Well, they're a big reason why the FA Cup has lost kind of prestige over the last 20 years. The prize money's a big thing. For example, you win the Premier League, you're looking at a £160 million prize pot. You can finish bottom of the Premier League, as Sheffield United did last season, on 26 points. Bottom of the league, they walked away with £125 million in prize money. That's for finishing bottom. That's a great reward for failure. If you win the FA Cup today, the whole pot, the whole amount you'd have won across the whole tournament, £3.4 million. Now, don't get me wrong, you can still have a good night out in central London for £3.4 million.
As you imagine.
But compared to what you get for winning the Champions League and the Premier League, it's the money that makes this a little bit of a sideshow these days, a little bit of an afterthought.
Does anyone televise it live anymore?
Oh yeah, it's on today. Yeah, it'll still be on at 4:45. But I mean, I just think that if you're going to appeal to people who don't necessarily watch it and bring new fans in, I mean, football would say, "Oh, we've got enough fans anyway." It's a bit arrogant like that. We don't need new supporters. It was different in the 80s when it had a bad reputation, an image problem, and you needed to bring in a new audience, which they were very successful at doing. But if anyone who's like, oh yeah, but when's the game on? They want to see it. They want to block out their afternoon to watch it. Well, it's much easier to sell it if you just say it's 3 o'clock. Everyone knows it's 3 o'clock. Be there 3 o'clock. 4:45.
But it's interesting about new fans and things. I mean, I know absolutely they're all about sport. But I obviously know the FA Cup, but I get very confused when you're on sometimes because it's this.
Oh, that's just me.
Don't know, but this is the FA Cup. There's the Premier League. There's the Europa League, the Champions League. There's just so much going on.
There is. I mean, most of those competitions have existed, but the FA Cup, it's typically British as well. You know, normally a very senior member of the royal family goes. I mean, Prince William's quite interested in football. He supports Aston Villa, and he sometimes goes. I mean, you always knew. I mean, the coverage would start at 9 o'clock. You'd go out and buy your newspapers. You'd have your breakfast. Then ITV would have a reporter at the hotel of one team. Yes. BBC would have a reporter at the other one. They'd pool resources quite a bit. Then it'd be like a stellar cast of guests in the studio.
You'd watch the teams arrive in their coaches, wouldn't you? And
Coventry City arrived on a barge in a canal once. And,
yeah, that's right. And the cup used to arrive separately with the chauffeur-driven.
That's right. With the white, with
it got pinched once as well. Didn't
Yes, it did. Yeah, exactly. And the white gloves as well, handling the trophy.
Yeah.
So it's just been eroded. But it's the money thing that's really eroded it. When the clubs look at their options at the start of the season, where are we going to invest our resources in terms of winning trophies? You're going to go with the one that rewards you for finishing bottom and gives you £125 million.
Well, I suppose so.
Probably.
Yeah. OK, Aidan, look,
sorry, we should say, we haven't mentioned it's Liverpool v Chelsea. That's the two teams playing.
Have we not?
Are they playing their best people, or do they not play their best?
In the final they would, yeah. But, I mean, in the semi-final... Although, saying that, Liverpool got Champions League final coming up. They may not. We won't know till this afternoon. We'll find out.
OK. Aidan, thank you. We'll catch you a little bit later on.
So you have your barbecue first in the garden, and then you go indoors and watch the telly?
Yeah. Or put the radio on outside.
Yes.
Might be there. Stay in the sunshine if it's still warm then. Stay with us, so we've got plenty more to come, including a look at your Saturday papers in just a couple of minutes.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
And the national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Working from home, not something we can do very easily. Ashley's been in touch.
Oh, yeah.
Love this one. Ashley says, I tried working from home, but I only lasted 30 minutes, ran out of windows. I'm a window cleaner.
Like that.
Very good. Oh, we should say, this is Karen. Morning to you, Karen. Today is my dad, Dave Wood's 80th birthday. We're having a party for him later. He'll be thrilled to hear his name mentioned, as he loves seeing you both on The Breakfast Show. Oh. Dave Wood, sir, happy 80th.
Happy birthday, yeah. Wow.
80,
brilliant.
Lovely.
Seb says, I'm a civil servant and I only get £11 an hour. I work from home, but if I have to go to the office, it's a 1.5-hour drive, so that's a 3-hour round trip. That costs me £30. Boris and Mog are clueless. They think all civil servants are rich. It's an interesting perspective.
It is interesting. And Gracie says, again, this is a good one, and we were talking earlier on, why do bog-offs and supermarkets, how does it all operate? Because Gracie says, would it not be better to offer an item at half price rather than buy one, get one free? That way it's cheaper for the consumer, there's less likelihood of throwing it away, throwing away the other half of your bog-off because you haven't used it all. I mean, that would be a great point.
There has to be a reason, doesn't there?
Something in it.
They're trying to lure us into the supermarket in the first place. Something, there has to be a strategy to it, doesn't there? And just finally, to add a note of controversy, Helen says, we are from Bristol and love our city and the West Country. However, we mostly choose to travel north for trips and holidays. The people up north are friendlier and warmer. Yep. Yorkshire and Northumberland are your favourite places in the world. See, that's what I was asking. My mum used to say the
Yes.
further north you go, the nicer the men get.
Yep.
Well, that doesn't include you, Pete.
No, but the men get nicer.
We'll be joining Pete in a moment to have a look through the papers.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. You see, I think people are warmer in the north, but then I'm a northerner, so I'm biased.
And I don't know. But I'm willing to travel north and find out.
Yes.
Shall we take a look at today's front pages first? The Daily Mail has an exclusive interview with the Prime Minister, who's attacked the civil services work-from-home culture.
The Guardian covers the cost of living crisis as food prices rise again.
The Mirror covers the Wagatha Christie case between Rebecca Vardy and Colleen Rooney. Yesterday, Colleen took the stand to give evidence.
The Sun has Prince William's visit to award fearless anti-cancer campaigner Deborah James with her damehood. OK, let's go through those papers with, as you saw, broadcaster Pete Price and former Conservative advisor Claire Pearsall. Good to see you both this morning. We are kicking off with... In fact, I tell you what, we'll start with the Daily Mail, Claire, should we? And Nazanin meeting the Prime Minister and having some pretty strong words with him.
Yeah, and I suppose you can imagine how angry, disappointed, stressed Nazanin is. I mean, that was quite a sentence that she had. And quite honestly, it was the Prime Minister, when he was then Foreign Secretary, his comments that made her sentence last for longer.
He called her a journalist, didn't he?
He did. He said she was out there training journalists, and she wasn't, and she made that point to his civil servants at the time that, no, please don't say that because I'm not doing it. And it still went ahead. And I think we need to bring this to a close, and I'm not sure that she will get the closure unless there is an apology. And I'm not normally one that demands apologies of people, but I think in this instant, it would go a long way to repairing something that's happened to this poor woman.
Yeah.
6 years being locked up away from her lovely daughter and her husband is appalling. And, you know, I feel so sorry for them. There isn't anything that's going to make any of it better. And I think we can all see that. But I think an apology will cost nothing.
Well, if you're the Foreign Secretary, you should be making things better as much as you can, not worse.
An apology.
And it does appear that he made it worse.
And as you say, apology costs nothing.
Yeah.
Makes you a bigger person.
Absolutely. And I just think that this is a time to put politics to one side and just be a real person, a real human being, and say that you're sorry and mean it. Not a politician's sorry, a proper one. And I think she deserves that. I really do. And I think her,
the trouble is, it would become a political football then, wouldn't it? Because if he properly apologised to her, you could see the Labour Party just leaping on that and saying yet another thing he's apologised for. You know, it would become a tit for tat again.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it's one of these issues that the majority of the public will just say, right, stop playing politics with it. So yes, the opposition would come back and say, oh, it's just another thing that the Prime Minister has got wrong. However, I think the general population would say, that's just stupid, let them get on with it.
We couldn't imagine what she's gone through. We couldn't imagine in a million years what she's gone through.
She'll always be scarred by it, won't she?
Yeah, always.
Yeah. No, it would be a good thing if he did that, and it would, I think, clear a lot of stuff up.
Pete, tell us about dentists.
I will. Before I do, little wedding present from Liverpool.
Oh.
From Liverpool to you two. So you can open it now. It's safe. I promise you. It's
safe. You've got to be careful.
Sure, you can show it on telly.
Yeah.
The People's Republic of Merseyside. Scout passports. Where's camera 2? I don't know which one camera 2 is. Oh, there it is. It's over there. There you go.
That's from Liverpool.
Scout
wishing you all the happiness in the world.
Thank you very much indeed.
Because we all love GB News up there.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Oh, I love that. That's really nice. Thank you. Thank you very much
That
indeed.
is absolutely perfect.
So, dentists. 9 in 10 dentists refuse to take on new NHS patients. It is an absolute minefield what's going on. I go private. They are all my own teeth at my own age, and I've spent a lot of money on dentistry because I saw my mum suffer with the NHS, the way she was treated with dentists, and it was awful. More than half of council areas in England, homes of 9.4 million people, have no dentists at all. My dentist has told me 60% of the population don't even go and try and find a dentist, and then kids are not being looked after who need a checkup, and the sweets they're eating is ridiculous. So many children are having their teeth out. The British Dental Association say it's a wake-up call for the government. 3,000 dentists have already left the NHS because they're going private because they're treated better, but you can't. Even my private dentist, I can't get an appointment for 4 weeks. It is a minefield, and teeth are so important, and especially in children.
Especially with children, and if you learn how to look after your teeth at a young age, then you're set for life, pretty much.
Absolutely.
But you still need to keep on top of them. I mean, I find it really concerning, actually.
It is, and a friend of mine, her son requires some braces, and she has been working for the last 18 months to try and get an appointment with a dentist, with an NHS dentist, who will give the go-ahead for him to have them. You know, he is 13 going on 14. He really needs to get this done now before it is too late and before it becomes very painful and harder to fix. So I think that we need more dentists, we need to invest more in it.
And we need to organise it better. I mean, in my village, there's a really good dental surgery, but it's private. But they want to be able to take NHS patients, and they're not being allowed to, and that's because of the way the NHS is set up.
Absolutely, and it's the same in my village as well. They had their allocation of NHS patients, which they filled, but the demand is still outstripping that, but they cannot physically take any more on. And that's got to be wrong, really.
And through the pandemic, there was also mega problems because they were closed for a while. Then they dressed them up like spacemen. I mean, the outfits they wore, and then you had to leave the room empty for 5 hours. So there was another room where they could do work where there was no drilling. So the backlog is absolutely crazy.
And the NHS was set up not only to look after our health, but also our dental health.
Yep.
Yes.
And yet somehow we've let that slip.
Disappeared.
Yeah.
It's a very frightening situation.
But I suppose the bottom line is, would we all be prepared to pay more tax in order to get dentistry back on an even keel with the NHS in this country?
Well, I mean, that's always going to be the issue, but I think people will look at the national insurance increase and say, well, what is it paying for?
It's been swallowed up by inflation, hasn't it?
Absolutely, and that's the difficulty, that it doesn't get ring-fenced into health service or dental care or anything like that. It just gets pulled into general taxation.
Well, maybe we should pull it all into looking after our follicles, for us gentlemen in particular, Claire. The Guardian says if we can't refer to anyone's baldness now.
My first idea on this was to find it quite funny. But I can understand that gentlemen, and this is to do with the gentleman, so that's why I'll make it that specific, is that he felt very offended. He obviously had a sensitivity around the losing of his hair. However, I don't think that we need to take this to an employment tribunal.
And why is it sexual harassment?
Well, I mean, this is what the lawyers have argued. And they, because more men are likely to be bald than women. So therefore,
it's gender harassment, isn't it?
Absolutely, and they're trying to make out that it comes under the protected characteristic of sex, and it's like, well, no, women can be bald.
Yes.
Women can suffer, with alopecia and things like that. So I don't believe that this is sexism at all. I don't believe it should be looked at through a tribunal, and I don't think he deserves compensation.
Is he getting compensation?
That comment alone.
No, I mean,
the compensation will be determined at a later date because he's looking at sort of wrongful dismissal and other things as well as this sort of sexual harassment aspect.
Be interesting to see how Will Smith would have coped with it.
Oh, don't.
Is it the same sort of harassment to call somebody fatty?
Well, I mean, I would say that yes, it would, and I think that is probably more offensive. But
I don't think to a man who's gone bald, a lot of men do feel very, very, very upset about losing their hair. They feel it affects their whole being, their whole character. And I can see that it being just as offensive as calling somebody fatty.
But do you think it really needs to go through a tribunal system the same way that sexual harassment...
But how do you slap somebody down for saying you shouldn't be that unkind, you shouldn't be that rude? It's just plain rude.
But if he wins the case, it's going to open a floodgate for an awful lot of bald men.
Well, isn't it just? Bald men are meant to be more attractive to women because it's a sign of higher testosterone levels, apparently.
Well, I mean, this is it. This is what you can argue, that there is a flip side to it. And now we as a nation need to be a little bit kinder to each other. But these kind of insults have always been around, and I don't know if we've just become more offended as the years have gone on.
I think that's it.
Shouldn't insults be punished?
Well, not when it's like that.
Punish them by ignoring them.
I don't know. I think it can be very, very offensive.
Then you've got to think of every single word that comes out your mouth then. If you're a stand-up comic or if you're a broadcaster or we're here. I interviewed the Chief Constable yesterday and I went, about manpower, can I pull you up on that? She said to me, oh, yes. She said to me, so if you're listening, Sarah, I've got to tell them. She pulled me up on it. She went, manpower? Sorry, you can't say that anymore.
What is it? Person power?
Well, I don't know, but it's not manpower because the Chief Constable is a lady. A lovely lady, by the way. She's a mate, but she pulled me up on it.
You see, that's nonsense, I think.
I think it's just taking it a little bit too far. And, yeah, I mean, I agree that these things are hurtful, but treat them with the disdain they deserve and don't give them the space and move on with your life.
Yeah, Pete, to The Guardian. You had this at the top of your list. I've had to move it down because it's, we couldn't start with... But Eurovision, it's going to be a night.
It's going to be a night and a half. I mean, it's going high camp. But, I mean, there's no point in having it because Ukraine's going to win. They've got to win. End of story. If it was the worst song in the world, they've got to win because it's the world saying... we're behind Ukraine.
But that annoys me.
It does, but that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Guaranteed. But this guy, I mean, I loved Dana, 1970, all kinds of everything. And then there was Clodagh Rogers in 71, You're Just a Jack in the Box.
Oh, yeah.
I love that. They were two great songs. Now we've got this outrageous guy who is...
Sam Ryder.
Yes, and he's got Spaceman.
And he's a TikTok star.
He is, indeed, but he's been out busking all over Europe, apparently, singing the song on street corners, building up...
So maybe that's the way to get a few points.
The way to get... Yeah, but, I mean, he'll come second. I hope he comes second. But it's all political. This is political. And he looks outrageous. I just love it. But I will not be watching it.
I think
I thought you'd been there.
No, we lost it when we lost Terry Wogan. I just loved it. I listened to him. Some of the song. What's this song about a crocodile? Sorry, a wolf who eats bananas.
Yeah. That's Norway.
Sorry.
That's Norway's entry, apparently.
It is, and I love it.
Unbelievable.
I do, and I think this is the whole point of Eurovision, is that you have to watch it for those ridiculous moments of people dressed up as bananas, singing in different languages, glitter and drama, because everything else in life at the moment has been pretty miserable.
Yeah.
And one evening of Eurovision, my son and I are going to sit down and watch it. My husband will be working, so he can just sort of look on from the other room.
It really. I
Secretly.
Stephen, we've only just met and she just told me that her son said, we're watching that tonight.
Yeah.
There's a young guy doing it.
Yeah.
Well, good.
Yeah,
good.
Especially if we've got a chance of winning for the first time in eons.
Second. We won't win.
Second.
No, second.
You can lay money on that.
Yeah.
Can't lay money on the FA Cup, but you can lay money on that.
Yes, it was second will do, frankly. Look, Pete, Claire, thank you both. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on for a bit more campery, Pete.
Pardon? Don't know what he's talking about.
Oh, can't imagine. Let's bring you up to date with the headlines.
Well, as we've been discussing, the government is delaying a ban on buy one, get one free deals on unhealthy food because of the squeeze on household budgets. The Department of Health and Social Care says cancelling promotions on food and drink that's high in fat, salt or sugar will be put back until autumn next year.
Labour says the Conservatives could have saved each UK household about £420 with the money they lost to fraud in their COVID business support schemes. The party says the wasted cash is equivalent to more than a month's worth of food for every family.
And walking and cycling schemes across England have been awarded £200 million of government funding. The money is part of a £2 billion commitment to active travel announced by Prime Minister Boris Johnson in July 2020.
Now, the first Buchanan clan chief in almost 350 years is to be inaugurated in Scotland later this year.
Yeah, Buchanan clan members from around the world are going to descend on the historical seat at the Cambusmore Estate in Perthshire for the ceremony. GBNews Scotland reporter David Donaldson takes over.
It's taken 10 years, but finally John Michael Bailey Hamilton Buchanan will become the new chief of the Clan Buchanan. The millionaire aristocrat has had to wait almost 4 years due to the pandemic, but he will finally take the seat at a ceremony in October.
There will be a throne, or a seat that I will be sitting on. I'm not sure if throne is quite the right word for it. There will be lots of tartan on display, lots of clansmen, and there will be a clan court where the sort of elder branch, the senior branches of the clan can gather together and we can discuss things.
The Buchanan clan were heavily involved in the Jacobite rebellion, so have strong links to Bonnie Prince Charlie. Mike will take over from John Buchanan, the last clan chief who died in 1681 without leaving a male heir. And he's invited 300 members from Australia, Canada and the USA to join him at his home in Callander in Perthshire for the inauguration.
And so to be able to go back to an ancient place to participate in a ceremony that has its ties in the origins of these original ceremonies going back, to the beginning of, 1010, 1015 when we got started, and before that, the Picts and other cultures that were there, is that it's going to be moving. It's going to be something special.
I think it's because the chief and his family have made such a big deal. I mean, they could have just had a family service. They could have just brushed it on the carpet and given each other a nod and a title or something like that. But they've chosen to invest in this ceremony. They've chosen to really make a splash. And this is a lightning rod to all clans across Scotland, to all ancestral roots across the world. That it's good to have history. It's good to have a place. It's good to connect. It's good to know where you came from.
This is the throne where the clan chief will sit for his inauguration in October. And as tempting as it looks, unfortunately, I'm not allowed to take a seat.
It is spectacular craftsmanship, and a complete coincidence. It's made by a firm 6 miles away, who I happen to know anyway. And there can't be more than a handful of stonemasons in Scotland who can do that sort of work. And one of them is right here and on hand. So yeah, they were quite excited to do the job. They normally do sort of boring date bars above doorways and stuff like that. And so this was something different for them.
The ceremony is sure to be an enjoyable and memorable occasion as members of the Buchanan clan gather to celebrate hundreds of years of their history. David Donaldson, GB News.
I'd like a stone throne.
A stone throne, yes.
Like that one.
Or you could wear a kilt in your, if you could find. My family belonged to the clan Gunn.
Right.
And my son, who's very, very proud of being Scot, it looked up the Gunn colours.
Oh, yeah.
We have wonderful tartan.
Oh, dear.
And he's got a badge and he's having a kilt made.
Is he?
Yeah. Beautiful. It's a very dark green tartan, dark green and blue.
I've never worn a kilt, but I think kilts
they look wonderful.
Really do
yes,
look
they
good.
do. There you are.
That's the gun.
That's the gun.
Oh, that's very nice.
Yes, it's mostly beautiful green, but it's got shades of dark blue stripes and then very thin red stripe in it as well. And you can go on now. You can go online and find out a bit more about your history if you think you've got Scottish blood, and find out if you were indeed in a clan. And we were in the clan Gunn.
I'll have to find out where Dixons or Nelsons or Robinsons fall into all of that. We shall find out. Kenny says people who continue to work from home are selfish. If they worked in an office, they should go back not only to help businesses around them, but to help younger people who work in the office and need experience. That's a good point.
That's true. How do you learn?
Yeah.
Not from others.
Jim says, surprised to see the PM says working from home doesn't work, coming from a man who works from home.
That's true.
Yeah, well, I never thought of it like that. Yeah. Good point, good point. Stay with us, all your headlines coming up in just a moment.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's a fresh start out there in many places, but there is plenty of sunshine around and we keep those sunny skies well into the afternoon and it will feel warm. High pressure is building from the south. The isobars are opening out, so it's going to be much less windy for northern areas and there'll be less cloud, less rain. Still a few spots of rain first thing for the far north of Scotland, but even here it will dry up and brighten up by late morning. And, well, largely sunny skies for the vast majority, just some patchy cloud towards the west and at times the north, but otherwise it's just dry, it's fine, and with the sunshine it is going to feel warm. Lighter winds and temperatures up to 16 to 18 Celsius for Scotland, for Northern Ireland, perhaps 20 for the east of Scotland, 18 to 20 for Northern England, and we're looking at 24 towards the southeast. But as temperatures rise, we're also likely to see some showers develop, mainly towards the southwest through the evening and then more widely across southern parts of the UK overnight. Perhaps even some thunderstorms, especially towards the English Channel coast. Some very heavy rainfall in a few spots here. 12 or 13 Celsius in the south. Fresher further north as we start off Sunday, but plenty of sunshine for Scotland and Northern Ireland. Even here, there'll be a few showers developing as we go through the morning, mainly southern Scotland, parts of eastern Northern Ireland. And showers will also tend to develop through parts of Wales, the Midlands, Northern England especially. But in the afternoon, it will brighten up in the south with temperatures again on the warm side, 23, 24 Celsius. Northern Scotland also avoiding the showers, some sunshine here. But Monday sees more widespread showers and outbreaks of rain, particularly for northern and western parts of the country. Tuesday looks sunnier again towards the southeast and very warm.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
The national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
A ban on buy one, get one free deals for unhealthy food has been delayed by the government due to what they say is the unprecedented squeeze on living standards.
Morning to you, it's 8 o'clock on Saturday, the 14th of May. You're watching or listening to Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
And apparently it's going to be a fab, sunny Saturday with temperatures reaching up to 24 degrees. Perfect weather for the barbecue if you've got one.
Oh, cold drink, cold beer,
yeah.
if you like a beer.
And just sit and stare at the sky for a few minutes would do you good.
Why not?
Here's what's making the news today.
The planned ban on multi-buy promotions on food and drinks which are high in fat, salt and sugar being put back a year to October 2023. The decision comes in the wake of rising food costs.
The Prime Minister says working from home doesn't work. How do you feel about that? In an exclusive interview with the Mail, the Prime Minister demands that millions get back into the office.
Well, it comes as Jacob Rees-Mogg, the Cabinet Minister, raises suspicions that civil servants are working from home just so they can have a long weekend. That's what he said in The Telegraph today.
And Prince William has paid a personal visit to podcaster and bowel cancer campaigner Deborah James to award her a damehood. Dame Deborah, who is sadly on end-of-life care, has raised more than £5.2 million for cancer research just in the last few days.
Oh, there's lots to get involved in today, and we absolutely would love to hear from you, even if it's just telling us where you are. You can email us gbviews@gbnews.uk or send us a tweet at gbnews.
Yeah, Mandy says, I'm employed as a remote worker and find that I work slightly longer hours. I'm available for the anti-social hours emergency and ultimately cost to company is less. I believe if you have the right, trustworthy staff on board, that worrying about whether they're cutting cheese or at their computer shouldn't be a concern for you as long as their work is being done. Well, that's what I think. You need, perhaps to manage people working from home, you need better managers.
Maybe.
You need to manage your team, don't you? Make sure that they're doing the work that they're required to do.
Yes, but we had that view earlier on, I can't remember who it's by now, but saying about young people.
Yes, I do agree that how else are you going to learn if not on the job with other people around you?
I think that's really important. Mike says the company I work for sold one of their office buildings just before the lockdown, so now, of course, they haven't replaced it. Now there isn't enough space in the remaining office for everyone to return, even if we wanted to. But they're maintaining productivity levels with the vast majority of us working from home, and this is going to be the way it's going to continue.
Well, yeah. Lee says, having worked from home because of COVID, I've had the amazing opportunity to see my baby grow up from birth to a 20-month-old. I've been around every day of his life. I've got work done, however. There have been way too many interruptions, and beyond time with family, I do feel quite lonely and miss the in-person conversations. So he's seen, Lee, both sides of the argument.
Yeah.
But I can see that for a lot of men in particular, although it's not only women who look after the children, but for a lot of people who would otherwise have been in the office and away from a young family, you have had the chance to know what it's really like to be at home 24/7 with the youngsters.
It's been a nice time to be off to experience that. And on the bog-off stuff that we've been talking about, Rod says buy one, get one free offers are wasteful. Most of the time you don't want to.
That's right.
Why not just reduce it in the first place?
Yeah.
Reduce the price, I guess.
There has to be a reason, doesn't there?
There does. But I just sort of think if the Prime Minister, if this had come in October when prices are going to be even higher than they are now, so we expect, and this was then brought in as new legislation, there'd be uproar, wouldn't there? It'd be like, well, what are you doing to us now?
Yes, that would be the latest thing. But this isn't really enough to make us feel better, is it?
No.
Just delaying the bog-off ban.
But I just think it's probably sort of expectation management or that sort of thing.
It will be. There'll be some committee behind it.
Just on the Queen, because we've been seeing these lovely pictures of the Queen. If you're on the radio, you have to check them out. They're on all the papers. They're everywhere today, so you won't be able to miss them.
But it's her at her best, beaming at the Royal Windsor Horse Show.
Sue says, the Queen looked amazing and happy. It's nice to see. I really hope she can enjoy her celebrations. And I think she will.
Don't you think that's what Angela Levin, our royal expert, was saying a bit earlier, in that we, and the Queen knows this, that we will worry when we don't see her. And that will become more of an issue as time goes on. It certainly was over the state opening of Parliament, wasn't it? And that perhaps now is the time for Prince Charles to step up more officially as Prince Regent so that we don't expect to see the Queen as often.
Yes, I think that's not a bad idea for that very reason. But I also think we do sort of panic too much. I think we should be sensible. There's all this hoo-ha when she can't make the state opening. Oh, what's going on? Oh, mobility issues. She's a 96. She's in incredible condition for a 96-year-old. She's sharp as a tack, but she's 96.
But do you remember, not that you would remember, but, you remember learning about when Prince Albert died, Queen Victoria went into hiding. She literally disappeared for years. And in the end, she had to be enticed out of that, just private. I think she was holed up in one of the castles in Scotland, wasn't she? She had to be talked to. Your nation needs to see you. And that's the only way they managed to get her out and about again.
Oh.
But and that's how important it is. The nation will want to see the Queen, and so maybe if Charles were Prince Regent, we wouldn't expect to quite so much. I don't know.
It's a very interesting idea. Let us know what you think. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Now, David Frost, the former Brexit minister, has said the UK should not fear a trade war with the EU. Writing in The Telegraph, Mr Frost declared that the UK cannot be defeated by Brussels and needed to make sure it's ready for consequences of a unilateral move to scrap parts of the Northern Ireland Protocol.
Yesterday, Jacob Rees-Mogg told us the UK would not retaliate if the EU was to impose tariffs if an agreement over the protocol was not reached. Well, let's talk to expert David Hennig, who joins us now. Good to see you this morning. Look, when it comes to all of this, is Lord Frost right, do you think?
Oh, you never want to be in a trade war, particularly when there's 50% of your trade at stake. It's rather like you were talking about buy one, get one free offers at the moment, given the prices going up. We certainly don't want our prices to go up further, get involved in a trade war. So it's a matter of if Lord Frost really wants to go down the line of having a trade war, then prepare us. It's not going to be pretty, but if he feels that's important enough, if the government feels that's important enough, and it's worth doing, and they've got a plan for it, then do it. But it won't be easy, and there will be costs.
For those of us who are scratching our heads and still trying to get our heads around what's happened just recently and why the rhetoric is ramping up, can you explain, in words of one syllable preferably?
Well, fear of offending the Prime Minister. It's the fact that Brexit hasn't been quite done. That get Brexit done. The problem was in Northern Ireland with the Northern Ireland Protocol. It means that Northern Ireland is not following the same rules as the rest of the UK. There are checks on goods going between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The Democratic Unionist Party not only do not like that, they've withdrawn cooperation from the Northern Ireland Assembly until that is resolved. And so the government is trying to fix that. And after the elections in Northern Ireland last week, they thought this was a good time to have a new plan, to have a new go at resolving this. But it seems to have not been terribly well thought through. So it's led to a lot of increased rhetoric rather than any actual action. But this is sort of Northern Ireland is one of those areas. It's the unfinished bit of Brexit, and the question is, can it be finished off? Is there a plan to finish it off, or is this going to go on again and again? And that's what we seem to be experiencing.
But the rhetoric's quite clever, isn't it? I mean, Lord Frost is saying, well, he's not saying we want a trade war. He's saying don't be afraid about one. And Jacob Rees-Mogg saying, well, look, if Europe bangs tariffs on us, we're not going to retaliate. Now, in terms of strategy, that's quite clever, isn't it?
Well, we shouldn't automatically retaliate, because that will be to put costs on ourselves in areas like food. But the real worry is companies like Nissan, who already warned that if there were tariffs on their products coming from Sunderland, that their production would be unviable. They warned that a couple of years ago, that if there's a trade war, it will be jobs lost in manufacturing and in food exports. That will really cost the UK. That will be where the problems come in. We will be struggling to export. Okay, we can still import food, but it will make us poorer. And trade wars generally are, well, like any war, you don't want to go into them, and certainly you don't want to go into them without an idea of how it's going to finish. Trade wars raise costs.
Yeah, but by saying we're not going to retaliate, by saying we actually don't want to take part in this, if the EU was to imply tariffs, it makes them look petty, small-minded, and vindictive, doesn't it? They've got to be aware of that.
The EU will be aware of it, but I'm afraid the EU well, look, we left. We know they're a law unto themselves. They will do that if they feel that the UK is not abiding by an international treaty, which is what they will feel. I'm afraid that they are united in believing that they will have to take action. And yes, it can be seen as petty and vindictive, but I'm afraid they would see it as defending international law. And I'm afraid, again, when you get in these trade wars, you have all the different stories going around, and I'm just thinking about the end cost to people working and to consumers, and worrying more about that. The problem is that the politicians can tend to let their rhetoric run away with them, both on the UK side and the EU side. So I'm afraid it's not a reassurance to me that the UK might not retaliate. I still feel it's a very risky thing to do. I'd rather we didn't do it, I have to say.
OK, David, thank you very much indeed for joining us today. That's David Hennick there from the UK Trade Forum. Just sounds like extra cost all the way along the line, doesn't it?
Yeah, I would be surprised. I think someone's going to step up in the EU and say, we can't. They're just going to look so petty.
I don't think they mind looking petty, do they?
I don't know. They've still got to keep people on side. I know they're trying to do it to say, if you leave, we will punish you, sort of thing, to try and keep everyone in the club. But I think that will just rally the troops who want to leave in Frexit or Grexit or whatever it might be. I think it will rally those troops to say, oh, no, we're not going to be bullied into staying.
I don't know. They did try bullying us. Look at the way they tried bullying us during COVID over the AstraZeneca vaccine. They don't seem to mind looking petty and vindictive. No. That's just my wonder.
No.
It's my wonder. It's not my...
No, thank heavens we're not politicians. If you've got a view, we would love to hear it, of course, because this is all about you. GBViews at gbnews.uk. It is 12 minutes past 8 this Saturday morning. These are the headlines.
Well, as we've been discussing, the government is delaying a ban on buy one, get one free deals on unhealthy food because of the squeeze on household budgets. The Department of Health and Social Care says cancelling those promotions on food and drink that's high in fat, salt or sugar will be put back now until autumn next year.
The Prime Minister has renewed calls for a return to the office, saying working from home does not work. Speaking to the Daily Mail, Boris Johnson says staff were more productive, energetic and had more ideas when they're in the workplace.
Labour claims Conservatives could have saved each UK household nearly £420 with the money they lost to fraud in their COVID business support schemes. The party says the wasted money is equivalent to more than a month's worth of food for a family.
And there are going to be big screens set up in cities across the country for people to watch the Platinum Jubilee celebrations. Events will be in London, Edinburgh and Cardiff across the bank holiday weekend to celebrate the Queen's 70-year reign.
And it's going to be a lovely sunny afternoon, apparently, so we'd love to hear what you're up to this afternoon. You're going to watch the football a bit later on. You're going to watch Eurovision Song Contest later on.
You see, actually, it's the perfect day, isn't it, for that? Because you've got time. You get the barbecue on.
Yeah.
Even if it's just one of those, those £2 jobs, the disposable ones. Get the barbecue on.
Yeah.
Get the beers out.
Yeah.
Then you can watch
Enjoy the sunshine.
Enjoy the sunshine. You can watch the football. Then you have a few more beers. Then you have Eurovision.
Yeah.
I mean,
you have a beer with every vote that comes in. I know some people do that at Eurovision parties, don't
they? I mean, what's not to love?
I know. It's going to be a good weekend.
Could be a really good day today. Let your hair down a bit if you can.
And the main thing is to let us know how you're going to do it. Oh, and also, if you're going to have a Eurovision party tonight, how about taking a few pictures and sending it to us tomorrow morning? Because we'd love to be able to say, hey, look at this fantastic Eurovision party last night.
Well, that's a good. Have you ever done one where you've got dressed up and things, like ABBA or whatever?
Oh no, not a Eurovision party, but I've done lots of fancy dress parties.
Have you?
Yeah, the ABBA outfits would be brilliant, wouldn't they? At the
that
moment?
would be very cool.
Yeah. They were so. I was going to say epic. That's not the word. They were of their time.
Yeah, I know what you mean. They're so classy.
Yeah,
right,
really
actually,
weird.
I don't know if classy is the right word either.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean.
Anyway, let us know. The point is to get in touch with us, because this is the People's Channel, your channel. So it's GBViews at gbnews.uk or tweet us at GBNews.
Now, 1 in 7 adults in the UK are living in homes where people skip meals or go hungry for an entire day because of food poverty.
Yeah, apparently almost 14% of people surveyed by the Food Foundation said that they or a member of their household had taken that drastic action in the past month.
Well, in the northeast of England, there's a new food membership scheme. It's in North Tyneside that puts food on the table and shows people how best to cook it.
Rachel Sweeney sent us this report.
Meadowwell Estate in North Shields is one of the most deprived areas in the northeast of England. The cost of living crisis is hitting hard and employment is low. Families living on the breadline say lower cost foods tend to be poor in nutrients. They've welcomed a new scheme which sells quality products with huge price reductions and teaches people how to cook them. The Nourish store is run by community charity the Cedarwood Trust. Deputy CEO Cherry Bray says anyone can use the facility.
It's extremely important to have quality food available, because a lot of people don't drive as well in the area. So if you're living locally to here, there's a small shop, like convenience store, which prices are higher, or there's some takeout establishments, but again, prices aren't great and they're not healthy options. Whereas here at Cedarwood, we can offer them quality ingredients, and we offer sort of cooking opportunities and cookery classes so people can learn what to do with the food as well.
For £4, you can take home 12 items. That's anything from cleaning products to canned goods. And there's as many fruit and vegetables as you can carry. The site also has a playgroup where parents can bring their children for the day. Hannah Dixon is mother to Henry. She says the project is a lifeline to them both.
I would never have went to a food bank 3-4 years ago, but obviously since COVID hit, and then obviously the cost of living crisis as well, I can't even afford to feed myself, let alone him. So having something like this that I can come to once, maybe twice a month is better than thinking, oh, I'm not going to be able to eat, or he's not going to be able to eat.
Other mothers say that despite being employed, the extra help is crucial as the cost of living rises.
Everyone always thinks, oh, you need to look like you need help. But I think me being just an average person that's got a job, and I come in and I'm like, well, yeah, this is really important for me, because things are very expensive, the groups are very expensive. Yeah, shopping as well is very expensive, and it's just a massive help. Even just takes that burden off you.
This is one of the good things that a community can give to you, help you to be more lively, and you have somewhere to go to, you learn new crafts, and there's a playground for your kids as well.
You don't have to be below a certain income or whatever. Any money that you're putting into it, when you're paying to use it, you're putting that money back into the facility anyway, so really you're also doing a good thing at the same time.
Goods are donated, many by supermarkets, and money made goes back into the scheme. It's very popular, and it's expected to become busier as families navigate their way through the worst living standards in 70 years. Rachel Sweeney, GB News, North Tyneside.
That sounds like an absolutely great idea, and I know there are others popping up all over the country, people who've got really great ideas of being able to make food affordable and also teaching people how to cook.
Which is important. I know that MP Lee Anderson got criticised for saying people need to know how to cook. Perhaps it's the way he said it. But you do need to know how to cook. We all, and I think
and how to plan,
it's a budget. It's a lost skill.
They should teach budgeting at school.
Yeah. Oh, they should.
I don't know how to budget at all.
I don't know that I'm very careful with money.
Is that the same as budgeting?
But it's not the same as but actually sort of getting a proper budget down. Yeah. I don't do that, and I don't know how to do that properly.
We should have been taught at school, shouldn't we? There's so many more really important practical things we should be taught at school.
Yeah.
Oh, well. For our teachers, it always comes down to them, doesn't it?
And a bit more home economics. I was quite good at home economics.
Yes, I didn't mind that. That was good.
Which, sort of thing, with boys, you think, it's not a manly thing to do. You need to know how to cook.
Yeah. How can it not be a manly thing to do when our most world-famous chefs are men?
But isn't that the irony of that sort of thing?
Yeah, it is. It's silly, isn't it?
It's always the way.
Somewhere along the line, we allowed that to happen, and it shouldn't have been. How did you learn to cook? That's maybe a good question to ask.
Yeah. Did a lot of baking with my mum.
See, I didn't do much baking. Never did baking. Did cooking.
Yeah.
Food, meals, but not actually baking cakes. But I've had a go since Bake Off. Bake Off was going 8 years before I sort of cottoned onto it.
Right.
And then once you get the Bake Off thing, you really do.
I do like baking.
I love making gingerbread houses.
Oh, do you?
Oh, I love it. Yeah, I love gingerbread for a start. But actually creating the houses is such fun. Doing the little tiles on the top and stuff like that.
Oh.
No, I cannot make one for tomorrow. Somebody's just asked me if I can make one for tomorrow. But I will for Christmas.
Oh, right.
OK.
Oh.
Or Thanksgiving or something like that.
Yeah. You're committed to it now.
Yeah.
How big do they get?
They can get very big, but they get quite unwieldy and difficult to transport if they're big, and you have to make them frames for them a bit.
Right.
But there's all sorts of different sorts of gingerbread, you see.
Right.
You can have soggy gingerbread.
Right.
You can have very brittle gingerbread, which is very good for constructing. And then you can have the more bready type gingerbread, which is my favourite.
Yeah, I like that one.
And gingerbread dunked in a cup of coffee at 8:20 in the morning would just be superb.
Oh, gingerbread and custard. That'd be nice.
Custard?
Or maybe the cakey one. My grandma used to make the cakey one.
Yes, that.
And with custard.
Mm.
Oh, it's
or lemon
lovely.
curd or something like that with it.
If you ever go up north to Grasmere,
yes,
it's where they make Sarah Nelson's gingerbread. It's a tiny little shop. They sell it all over the world now, and that's like biscuits. It's the brittle stuff, but the smell overall, all you can see, it's just the smell as soon as you get there. And there are queues round the block for this Sarah Nelson's gingerbread. It's remarkable. It's the most beautiful thing.
Well, there you are.
I'll get you some next time up in Grasmere.
Yes, please.
There you go. Stay with us. We've got lots more to come for you.
Me, well, you like talking about food, don't we?
Yeah. It's because neither of us have eaten this morning. We've got help for new mums getting back to work in a couple of minutes.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's a fresh start out there in many places, but there is plenty of sunshine around, and we keep those sunny skies well into the afternoon, and it will feel warm. High pressure is building from the south. The isobars are opening out, so it's going to be much less windy for northern areas, and there'll be less cloud, less rain. Still a few spots of rain first thing for the far north of Scotland, but even here it'll dry up and brighten up by late morning. And, well, largely sunny skies for the vast majority. Just some patchy cloud towards the west and at times the north, but otherwise it's just dry, it's fine. And with the sunshine, it is going to feel warm. Lighter winds and temperatures up to 16 to 18 Celsius for Scotland, for Northern Ireland, perhaps 20 for the east of Scotland, 18 to 20 for Northern England, and we're looking at 24 towards the southeast. But as temperatures rise, we're also likely to see some showers develop, mainly towards the southwest through the evening and then more widely across southern parts of the UK overnight. Perhaps even some thunderstorms, especially towards the English Channel coast. Some very heavy rainfall in a few spots here. 12 or 13 Celsius in the south. Fresher further north as we start off Sunday, but plenty of sunshine for Scotland and Northern Ireland. Even here, there'll be a few showers developing as we go through the morning, mainly southern Scotland, parts of eastern Northern Ireland. And showers will also tend to develop through parts of Wales, the Midlands, Northern England especially. But in the afternoon, it will brighten up in the south with temperatures again on the warm side, 23, 24 Celsius. Northern Scotland also avoiding the showers, some sunshine here. But Monday sees more widespread showers and outbreaks of rain, particularly for northern and western parts of the country. Tuesday looks sunnier again towards the southeast and very warm.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
The national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debate, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
It is 8:26. Good morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen Allen on your TV, on your radio, and online.
We've had a lovely call in from John. But we were talking about whether or not it really is an offence to call somebody bald, because there has been, a likely tribunal case saying that it was actually sexual harassment to call somebody a baldy. And John says, "Good morning, everyone. My friends call me an eggshell blonde because I'm bald."
That's very nice.
That's a good one.
I like that. Earlier on, we had a message from Val saying her son was... She's up early because her son was getting up early to work in the chemist. And he served me. So I was saying, where? Which chemist? The Boots Pharmacy at Westcroft. Oh, yes, I have. I don't get my prescriptions from there. I do pop in there for a few bits and bobs every now and then.
Well, you've been noticed.
Been noticed? Oh, it's nice to be noticed, isn't it?
Rob says, "We're enjoying your excellent breakfast show here in sunny Oslo. Glad to hear that the sun is shining for you in Norway."
Oslo, how lovely. I'd love to go to Oslo. I've never been. Janice says, if working from home was a success, the PM's telling everyone to get off their backsides and back to the office. She said, if it was a success, we wouldn't have such a backlog of passports and driving licences.
Now, this is interesting because we're just about to talk Scotland and to talk about a particular clan in Scotland. Gary says, "Morning, Stephen. Dixon or Dixon, however you spell it, originates from the south of Scotland, so you are one of us." That's from Gary in Langholm.
Ah, fabulous.
Do you know you have Scottish blood?
No, but of course...
But the likelihood may be.
Well, that's quite nice, because we do feel... I mean, I'm not Scottish, but I do feel sort of very close to Scotland. I mean, I'm from South Cumbria. So, you know, we're only 50 minutes from Scotland.
Have you ever looked up one of those pedigree things? Well, I don't mean pedigree, what do I mean? You know.
Woof!
Yeah,
the genealogy thing.
Genealogy, yeah. Have you ever?
No.
You've not found out exactly where your blood is from?
No. Don't know, though. It was my grandmother or great-grandmother or someone who went to work for a royal in London a long time ago.
Oh, yes.
And came back pregnant.
Oh.
I mean, we're talking, I don't know, 150 years ago.
Oh, no, you're going to tell me now that you are great something.
So I may be related to William.
That would be fun.
Prince Stephen.
Yeah. OK.
Duke.
That's right.
Duke of Milton Keynes. Bring it on.
Maybe pushing it a bit far.
I might have a little touch of blue blood in me, but I don't know.
We'll find out. Anyway, as I was saying, the first Buchanan clan chief in almost 350 years is going to be inaugurated in Scotland later this year. Buchanan clan members from all around the world are going to descend on the historical seat at the Cambusmore estate in Perthshire for the ceremony.
Yeah, our Scotland reporter, Davy Donaldson, has all the details for you.
It's taken 10 years, but finally John Michael Bailey Hamilton Buchanan will become the new chief of the Clan Buchanan. The millionaire aristocrat has had to wait almost 4 years due to the pandemic, but he will finally take the seat at a ceremony in October.
There will be a throne, or a seat that I will be sitting on. I'm not sure if throne is quite the right word for it. There will be lots of tartan on display, lots of clansmen, and there will be a clan court where the sort of elder branch, the senior branches of the clan can gather together and we can discuss things.
The Buchanan clan were heavily involved in the Jacobite rebellion, so have strong links to Bonnie Prince Charlie. Mike will take over from John Buchanan, the last clan chief who died in 1681 without leaving a male heir. And he's invited 300 members from Australia, Canada and the USA to join him at his home in Callander in Perthshire for the inauguration.
And so to be able to go back to an ancient place to participate in a ceremony that has its ties in the origins of these original ceremonies going back, to the beginning of, 1010, 1015 when we got started, and before that, the Picts and other cultures that were there, is that it's going to be moving. It's going to be something special.
I think it's because the chief and his family have made such a big deal. I mean, they could have just had a family service. They could have just brushed it on the carpet and given each other a nod and a title or something like that. But they've chosen to invest in this ceremony. They've chosen to really make a splash. And this is a lightning rod to all clans across Scotland, to all ancestral roots across the world. It's good to have history. It's good to have a place. It's good to connect. It's good to know where you came from.
This is the throne where the clan chief will sit for his inauguration in October. And as tempting as it looks, unfortunately, I'm not allowed to take a seat.
It is spectacular craftsmanship, and a complete coincidence, it's made by a firm 6 miles away, who I happen to know anyway. And there can't be more than a handful of stonemasons in Scotland who can do that sort of work. And one of them is right here and on hand. So yeah, they were quite excited to do the job. They normally do sort of boring date bars above doorways and stuff like that. And so this was something different for them.
The ceremony is sure to be an enjoyable and memorable occasion as members of the Buchanan clan gather to celebrate hundreds of years of their history. David Donaldson, GB News.
How lovely. There you are. You see, you might have a really nice tartan.
Oh, yes, I've looked it up. It's a blue. It's like a tight blue and green check, the Dixon tartan. So there you go. I'm going to come in wearing a suit made of that.
That would be really
in a couple
interesting.
of weeks.
I don't know about tartan suits. I like the tartan at the kilt with the nice, velvet jacket, but I don't know about the whole tartan thing. I might be overdoing it a little.
Maybe. I might get a tie or something.
I'll tell you what, we'll ask our paper reviewers what they think of the idea of a tartan suit for you.
Right. Pete Price would love it.
He probably would.
He'd love it.
Probably got one in his wardrobe.
He probably has. Stay with us. We've got plenty more to come for you, including the papers in just a couple of minutes.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
And the national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Anne's just having a croissant.
Well, I was having a nibble of a croissant.
Nibble of a croissant. Quite right, too. Okay. It is 8:34. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne, your TV and your radio. Front pages for you now.
The Times leads on the Education Secretary Nadeem Zahawi's defence of private education, saying there shouldn't be an increase in state admissions.
The Mail has an exclusive with the PM, who's attacked the civil service and their work-from-home culture.
The Guardian covers the ongoing cost of living crisis as food prices rise.
Well, for the Mirror, it's got the Wagatha Christie case between Rebecca Vardy and Colleen Rooney.
And The Sun covers Prince William's visit to award fearless anti-cancer campaigner Deborah James with her damehood.
OK, let's see what Pete Price and Claire Pearsall make of those. Good to see you once again this morning. What's this magazine madness in the Telegraph, Claire?
I mean, this is one of these stories that you can't quite believe has ever happened. There is a little village called Vogue, which is down on the, in Cornwall. Tiny little village, been there for ever and ever.
Spelt in the same way as the magazine?
Spelt in the same way as the magazine, and there's a little pub which it's the Star Inn at Vogue. And the magazine empire of Vogue has taken offence to this and has written them a cease and desist letter. saying that it's not good for the magazine's brand to be associated with the pub. Now, it's hysterical that a legal department in a large corporation couldn't do a little bit of research and understand that the Hamlet of Vogue has been in existence since before the magazine was ever thought of.
Yes.
And they have actually backtracked and said, oh, well, looking at it again, we perhaps should not have issued the letter. And they absolutely shouldn't. But I think everybody now needs to go to the star in at Vogue.
Yeah, show our support.
Show our support for them. I think that, they're doing a fantastic job.
I think the local parish council should do a fundraiser and send a cease and desist letter to Vogue magazine.
Yeah. Well, absolutely. And I think perhaps my friend also has a horse called Vogue, so perhaps she should do the same thing. I think we should encourage anybody that has that name to do that. But it is just ridiculous that a large corporation thinks that they can take over.
Simple as that.
And stupid corporate thinking.
It is. And nobody actually bothered to research it, which I find gobsmacking in a company that large with a legal department that big.
And also such a classy organisation. It's demeaning.
It is. If you live anywhere near Vogue and you know that particular pub, we'd love to hear from you. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Oh, yeah. Imagine living in Vogue.
Yeah.
Yes, I know.
Where do you live?
I live
Vogue.
in Vogue. Yes. My house is in Vogue. In fact, my kitchen's in Vogue. Oh, yeah, I'd like that. It's worth moving there.
Very nice.
Pete, I'm a bit worried about this. There's going to be half-term holiday chaos.
There is indeed. I've got two stories on it, which is really interesting. Half-term chaos. Airlines are piling on more misery as hard-pressed families are pushing half-term prices are going up. Now, just got three examples. British Airways, London to Barcelona before half-term, £65, now gone up to £416. EasyJet, London to Nice, £41.99 was, now £193.99. And Ryanair, London to Nice, was £12.99, now £125.99. Piling it on because they can.
They always do in school holidays, don't they?
A lot of parents will now take their children out at different times and get the fine because it's cheaper to pay the fine than these daft prices.
What I don't understand is why these airlines don't, instead of charging $12.99 for a flight, why don't they charge £30 for the flight and keep it more level? Less of an increase in half.
Well, the problem is they're now piling on all the other prices with it. So for your, I've got a bag. I have an argument every time I go through this bag. It fits in that space, but they have different types of places to put them in. Yeah. So I don't know where I stand with that. So that story there. So then there's a full page in the Express which says, grab a bargain holiday now before the prices soar. But the problem is so many people have had trips booked before the pandemic that they're catching up. I mean, I'm sure we all have had stories about, trying to get flights back. But they're saying book in now. But then, is this just a ploy to get you to book now because they don't know what they're doing? But I've tried to book a couple of holidays and can't get in. Can't get a date. So you don't know where you stand with it. But as for ripping off the British public, you're right, Stephen. Charge a same price.
Sensible price.
Yeah,
Even if you have to put them up slightly.
You don't put theatre tickets up at half-term. You don't, because they're all around.
It's a mean, nasty way to treat families, isn't it?
And they've always done this.
Yeah.
And it is, unfortunately, the law of supply and demand, that it will always go up higher. But I think it is now taken to extremes. And even holidays in the United Kingdom. You look at some popular holiday parks, which are £400 the week before half-term and suddenly go up to £1,000. Yeah. And you think, well, if you're trying to attract families, don't make it difficult. Because if you attract the family, they're more likely to keep coming back. And surely that's better for your business than just a one-off hit.
Yeah. It's interesting. When I was in the club game, I had a third share of a club years ago, and I was also a working jock and a comic, and I would get staff saying to me, do I get more money for New Year's Eve? I said, no. Well, why not? Well, because I keep you in a job all year. Why should I put the money up on New Year's Eve? Well, I can get more. Well, I said, leave the job and go. It's greed.
I don't know. No, I see. I would have expected more money on New Year's.
Tell me why. When I keep you in a job for 52 weeks a year.
Well, because New Year's Eve is a very unsociable time to work.
Yeah, but so are the other times you work. But, you
ever
know...
worked Christmas Day?
Yeah.
Did you get paid more for Christmas
Double
Day?
time.
Oh, did you? I never did.
By the way, I did pay them extra, but I wanted to make that point. I keep them...
Yeah,
you know.
no, well, it's a fair point. It's a fair point. No, I got double time for doing Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day.
OK.
That's how it works.
But there is a good argument. To say that you work 52 weeks a year. Why should we pay any more?
Yeah,
the same as you said about the flights.
Yeah,
you know, it's that sort of principle.
Well, let's go to people who don't have to worry about money at all, and that's the Wagatha Christie cast.
I'm upset about this story. It's everywhere, and I've watched it because I need to know what they're talking about. I'm delighted to say I'm a friend of Colleen and also Wayne. I was hosting at her 21st birthday party. She is an incredibly private person who has kept herself... How she's kept herself sane, I don't know, but she has. She's kept her dear friends around her for many years, and she's still with the same girls that she was at school with. They are a private couple. How they've kept as much privacy as they have, because the press have hounded them since she was a schoolgirl. And I mean, I've never known anyone hounded. And there was a piece about Wayne in a paper. I wouldn't even give them the satisfaction. The most vile piece I've ever read, which was nothing to do with this story. So Colleen didn't want to go to court. She's private. She's now talking about the fact that they split up and she went to her mum's. She's got an amazing relationship with her mum and dad, and she's got an amazing relationship with Wayne. But the pressure's been put on them. I hope she wins. She is private and she tells people because...
I can't remember who's suing who. Is it Rebecca Vardy?
Vardy's suing, yeah. She's tried to settle and say, well, let's
Yeah, she did
settle.
say yesterday she's tried to settle about 5 times.
She wants to settle because she is private, you know, and she was angry that she has been blown up by one of her friends over private things.
What do you reckon, Claire?
I think I've invested far too much of my time watching the court case going on. But I agree, I think this should have been settled. I don't think anybody wins other than lawyers by dragging it through the courts. Their whole lives are now out there for us all to see and pick over. Their WhatsApp conversations. I mean, I wouldn't want my WhatsApp conversations being released to everybody, largely because some of the spelling is a little bit suspect.
Well,
I can't type properly.
Well, that's allowed nowadays, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know. People still pick you up on it. And I think we've all done that. We've all picked over what everybody said and what everybody didn't say. And I just think that it's so demeaning to all people in this situation. They should have just sorted this out.
Why couldn't they just see the amount of money that's being wasted and the awful dirty washing that's being laundered?
Stubbornness, it appears.
Why couldn't they settle?
It seems stubbornness, not on Colleen's side. But what I love about Colleen is they adopted a beautiful little girl who was in Clare House, a children's hospice.
Who did?
Colleen Wayne?
No, sorry. Colleen's mum and dad.
Oh,
so it was her
right.
sister. And when she got married, Colleen, she wouldn't get married until her sister, who was very, very poorly, could be at the wedding. She's a gentle soul they spend so much time helping charities. I'm saying it now. They wouldn't say it because they're that private. And that's what's upset me about it. She really is bearing her soul. She doesn't have to.
So most of us who don't know Colleen and Wayne like you do, or indeed Rebecca and Jamie Vardy, most of us are revolted by the spectacle that's going on in the libel court at the moment. You're saying Colleen and Wayne didn't want that. It's not as revolting as it looks. It's just because of this is what happens in libel trials.
Yeah, and, you know, they were private. They had their ups and downs, which they have in their marriage, but they've done it privately. They've not gone to the press. The press have tried to invade into their lives, but they've
Well,
gone...
they've been fed it on a plate now, aren't they?
Yeah.
That's the trouble.
They absolutely are. And every day when you see the footage of all of the paparazzi outside, and it goes on not from the case, but then to what they're wearing and how they're looking, and you just sort of think, do we really need to have this kind of scrutiny on a libel case, which really should be private between them all?
Well,
yes, I mean, this is the awfulness of our libel laws in this country, is that all they do is make the lawyers rich and provide a spectacle for us all to just claw at.
And after all,
I don't think it's right. I really don't.
After all, Wayne and Colleen, all they did was fall in love. two young people that fell in love and wanted a life, but because he was such an unbelievable footballer, that brought him in the spotlight. And then they watched her grow with him, and they've taken every part of her life and put it in the papers.
Yeah.
That's why it's hard to keep that privacy.
Yeah. Well, so you put a really interesting perspective on
Yes,
that,
you do.
Pete, that
Yeah,
we
you
don't often think about. Look, it's been great to see you both this morning. Thank you very much indeed.
I'm getting married in the morning.
Should have booked you for the
Ding
entertainment
dong.
at night.
Oh, I host weddings all the time.
I bet you do.
Oh, yes. Matron of honour.
Yeah, no.
Thank you very much. That's great.
Now, it takes 5 months for new mums to settle back into the workplace after having a baby, according to a new study.
Well, in a poll of 1,000 working mothers, as many as 4 in 10 felt they had to prove themselves to their colleagues and bosses, with 34% worried they were no longer good enough.
Well, DJ and presenter Ashley James joins us now to talk about her experience as a mum heading back to work. Ashley, it's great to see you this morning. But why do you think there is this pressure, not just to get back to work, but to prove you can be as good as you used to be?
I think there's still a lot of maternity discrimination. You know, it is very overwhelming going back to work. And, you know, I think this brilliant Maltesers campaign, the maternity return, what it's trying to show is that whilst we all have different experiences, you know, I went back to work after 5 days because I didn't get maternity leave being self-employed. My sister, who gave birth at a similar time to me, she's just gone back at 9 months, her baby is. And even though our circumstances and our jobs are all very different, we both have a lot of the same challenges and emotions and struggles. You know, there's a reason why there's a term called the juggle. And Maltesers are brilliant at kind of shining a light on maternal mental health and trying to help break down the stigma of discussing the challenges. You know, I think a lot of us feel that we have to be mum at home and professional in the workplace, and those two things can't mix. So therefore, we can't talk about some of the challenges that we're facing. So, yeah, I think it's a really good campaign to be involved in.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? That no matter how you put it, it is very hard work, and you've gone through a lot, both physically and emotionally, and in some cases mentally too. You've gone through a lot just having the baby and getting through the pregnancy, but then to actually organise everything at home so you can return to work and then feel that everybody is scrutinising you to see if you were as good as before. It's just not fair, is it? So who can help us with that?
So Maltesers, like I mentioned, are doing a really brilliant campaign. It's called the Maternity Return. It's a hashtag. So if you go on social media, the Maternity Return, they're encouraging mums to get involved with the campaign by sharing their own struggles, their own emotions, both positive and negative, because obviously it can really help new mums or mums who are maybe struggling in the workplace already, just to know that they're not alone and to be able to talk about those things. You know, the research that they did showed that whilst 30% said they were tired, 28% overwhelmed. Guilty is another one. I know myself when I have to drop off at Alpha at nursery to be able to do my work. If he's upset, it's an awful feeling, isn't it? But you have to do what you have to do. And then you can also go onto the Maltesers website as well and find out more information to help if you are struggling.
I can't believe we're still struggling with this. I mean, this is something that when I first started to have my babies 36 years ago, I think, you know, we were talking about it then, and you would have thought society would have changed by now. But it seems that it's still so hard.
Yeah, I think it is very hard. And I think there is still, like I mentioned before, so much maternity discrimination. Childcare issues are still seen as a female problem, whereas obviously in most cases there are two parents, usually a man being involved somewhere as well. So, yeah, it is a shame. But hopefully with campaigns like this, we can keep putting forward the message. And I also think until you are a mom or until you are a parent, you don't quite understand how challenging it can be. So hopefully if people see this campaign, they see people talking about the challenges and the struggles, they can also in turn support new mums returning back to work in their own workplace, whether they're parents or not.
Well, well done for having your say.
Yes, quite right too. It's funny, I don't have to think about that in my life, but...
No, but you might have once upon a time, I suppose.
Yeah. Oh, it's interesting.
Although dads can be dads at any age.
Yeah, that's true. Good to see you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. Now, what you've been waiting for this morning. Showbiz with Stephanie Tetchy, our very own dancing queen, to get the Eurovision theme up and running.
Yeah.
Morning.
Morning, ladies. Stephen.
What? What?
Isn't it funny?
Sorry, I'm just so used to when I'm talking to the production team. I'm like, morning, ladies. Sorry.
Oh, right. Thanks
Sorry.
a lot, yeah. Right, you can go now. Thanks for popping in.
Eurovision, I've got the popcorn ready, and I actually do feel like the Brits are going to do really well this year. According to bookmakers, we are in a very good, strong position with Sam Ryder, who's going to be performing Spaceman. And I actually do like the track, and it's a really good video.
It yet.
It's so catchy. He's a TikTok sensation, so hopefully...
Is that why we stand a better chance?
Yeah.
And he's already there with the social media platform.
Totally. He's already there. He's got a big following, so hopefully people will vote. But we can't actually vote for our own country.
No.
So we're actually hoping for support from other countries. But obviously we've got stiff competition from Ukraine with their orchestra, and the song's called Stefania, and I love it. It's really good.
Oh, it's good, is it?
It's actually a good performance because they've got the orchestra, but they're rapping, and it's a very lively set as well. So beyond what's going on with Ukraine, I think they actually just stand a really good chance on just pure merit and pure talent, which is really good.
Well, I think President Zelensky has said, obviously he's backing them.
It's the rapping. It's the rapping. I'm sorry.
I love it.
And they had to do the last round or something from a bomb shelter somewhere in Ukraine.
Inspirational. And the song's called Stefania, so I feel like it's made for me.
Of course.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, but...
So if they came first because of the popular vote, as it were, we could stand a chance of coming second?
Yeah, I think we must at least get in the top 5, which will be great. But the only thing is, people say, when they always make all these predictions that the Brits are going to do well, Ukraine's going to do well, sometimes they actually don't end up doing well on a night. And
This is our guy that we're looking
this is
at
our
now.
guy, Sam Ryder, and usually it might go to a wild card. But, guys, over the past 2 years, we finished last.
Yeah.
So anything will be better than finishing last. So
Well, apparently last year we finished with 0 points, which is unheard of, because apparently you usually always get one from either the judges or the countries.
But I felt like it was very political last year with, Brexit and whatever. I felt last year's Eurovision was very political choices, and they just wanted to get at the Brits, where this year I feel like there's been bigger issues going on, so hopefully we stand a really good chance.
Yeah. What's going on with the Beckhams?
I know everyone's been talking about Agatha Christie, but the Beckhams have been going through their own court woes. So they've gotten a stalker who's been stalking David Beckham, who she believes that she is the mother of Harper. So she turned up. She turned up to the school ready to pick Harper up when Victoria was there, because she believes that the Beckhams stole her eggs. And when I'm talking about this story, it just does. It sounds so crazy.
So are they in court trying to get some sort of an injunction?
Yeah. So at the moment she's been sectioned in hospital. But it's a case that's come to court at the moment. She's clearly not well, but David Beckham said he's been frightened for the safety of his family because she's been sending letters to them, coming to Harper's school. She actually does believe she's in a relationship with David Beckham, and it's quite frightening when you read stories like that because it's, we do see
and it doesn't, it doesn't matter how incredibly rich you are and sort of, divorced from the rest of the world. Your kids still have to go to school, don't they?
Definitely.
And if somebody gets to know your address.
And for those few hours when you're away from them, you can't even concentrate. You'll be pretty scared, as David said. So that is the ongoing case with them at the moment. So,
let's hope that this lady, so if she's been sectioned under the Mental Health Act, then that she's getting the help that she needs, because clearly there's some help needed there. Quick word on the Rooneys. It's interesting, but Pete Price talking about, because we've tended to just go, oh, these are just two very rich women. What are they playing at?
Yeah.
He's saying, well, of course, Colleen has been dragged to court by this, and he's saying she's, they're really suffering.
You see, I try to be a bit balanced with these cases, but I am actually moving more towards Team Colleen Rooney, because the more she expresses what's happened, that she didn't even want it to go to court, and she's tried to resolve it out of the glare of the public, and Rebecca Vardy at each stage has just said no. And Rebecca hasn't looked good at each point of this case at all. And Colleen has said that, she explained her Agatha Christie and how she put the trap in place. And the more you read the evidence, the more you kind of think, well, Rebecca you're kind of
Why
guilty.
do it?
Oh, well,
Which
yeah.
is sad, and I don't like saying that, but the evidence is mounting up against her.
OK. Well, look, we shall have to wait and see. This is decided by, I think it's just by the judge, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not so here, we can't be influenced. You can't influence a judge, which is a good thing. Look, thank you, Stephanie. We're going to see you a little bit later on. See you in the next hour. All your top stories coming up in just a moment.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's a fresh start out there in many places, but there is plenty of sunshine around and we keep those sunny skies well into the afternoon and it will feel warm. High pressure is building from the south. The isobars are opening out, so it's going to be much less windy for northern areas and there'll be less cloud, less rain. Still a few spots of rain first thing for the far north of Scotland, but even here it will dry up and brighten up by late morning and, well, largely sunny skies for the vast majority, just some patchy cloud towards the west and at times the north, but otherwise it's just dry, it's fine, and with the sunshine it is going to feel warm. Lighter winds and temperatures up to 16 to 18 Celsius for Scotland, for Northern Ireland, perhaps 20 for the east of Scotland, 18 to 20 for Northern England, and we're looking at 24 towards the southeast. But as temperatures rise, we're also likely to see some showers develop, mainly towards the southwest through the evening and then more widely across southern parts of the UK overnight. Perhaps even some thunderstorms, especially towards the English Channel coast. Some very heavy rainfall in a few spots here. 12 or 13 Celsius in the south. Fresher further north as we start off Sunday, but plenty of sunshine for Scotland and Northern Ireland. Even here, there'll be a few showers developing as we go through the morning, mainly southern Scotland, parts of eastern Northern Ireland. And showers will also tend to develop through parts of Wales, the Midlands, Northern England especially. But in the afternoon, it will brighten up in the south with temperatures again on the warm side, 23, 24 Celsius. Northern Scotland also avoiding the showers, some sunshine here. But Monday sees more widespread showers and outbreaks of rain, particularly for northern and western parts of the country. Tuesday looks sunnier again towards the southeast and very warm.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
The national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle, and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
A ban on buy one, get one free deals for unhealthy food has been delayed by the government due to what they say is the unprecedented squeeze on living standards.
Good morning. It's 9 o'clock on Saturday, the 14th of May. You're watching and listening to Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
And it's going to be a glorious sunny Saturday for most of us, apparently. Temperatures getting up to 24 degrees in some places. So let us know what you're going to be getting up to today. It is a nice day for a barbecue. And then, of course, you've got the football this afternoon or this early evening. Eurovision tonight. Could be a lovely day, actually.
Yeah, a very full day, actually, as well. Lots to do. So here's what's making the news elsewhere. The planned ban on multi-buy promotions on foods and drinks which are high in fat, salt and sugar, well, that's been put back a year to October 2023. The decision comes in the wake of rising food costs for consumers.
The Prime Minister says working from home doesn't work. How do you feel about that? In an interview with the Mail, the PM demands that millions get back to the office.
And that comes as Cabinet Minister Jacob Rees-Mogg raises suspicions that civil servants are working from home just so they can have a long weekend off. That's in an interview in The Telegraph this morning.
Prince William has paid a personal visit to the podcaster and bowel cancer campaigner Deborah James to award her with that damehood. She's on end-of-life care now, and she has remarkably raised more than £5.2 million for cancer research in the last few days.
And it's FA Cup final day. As Liverpool attempt to complete their quadruple of trophies, we'll be joined by broadcaster Aidan McGee, part of our family, of course, here, to see if Chelsea can be the team to halt those lost ambitions.
Now, there's loads to talk about today, and loads of you have been getting in touch. We're going to run through a load of those in just a moment. So if you want to have your say, if you want to join in our family chit-chat this morning, GBViews at gbnews.uk, or you can tweet us at GBNews.
Do you remember a bit earlier we were talking about the village of Vogue in Cornwall, which had a cease and desist letter from Vogue magazine, who thought they were sort of nicking their name. And it was all about the Star Inn at Vogue. We've had a text here from Eileen. Hi, Eileen. She says the Star Inn is my local and very close to where I live. We love the fact that our pub is now on the national news and has become famous. Real ale, great food and an on-site hairdressing salon. Where else could you have a haircut whilst enjoying a drink?
Oh,
well, it sounds really cool.
Let's hope the barber isn't drunk while they're doing it. Otherwise, you may end up a bit bald. And Joe, on that theme, Joe says, a few years back, I celebrated my husband's onset of baldness because there's been a case where it's sort of been classed as sexual harassment to call someone a baldy. But I celebrated my husband's onset of baldness with a Christmas present in the shape of a pillow embroidered with the words, "It's not a bald patch, it's a solar panel for a brain box." I love that.
I like that too.
Yeah.
Roy and Leslie are watching us apparently whilst packing for their anniversary cruise. They say it's our third time trying to go, as it kept getting cancelled due to COVID, of course. We were going to St Petersburg. Now it's the Med. We get you on the ship.
Oh, very good.
Yes, you will be able to.
Very good, very good. I've got to say hello to Jane Sherwood. Morning to you, Jane. Your son Mark has been in touch this morning to say to send his love to you after you've had your heart pacemaker fitted. We know you're feeling a bit better after that op.
Great
but
stuff.
Please send her love. We certainly do that with pleasure.
And Susan says, we are at Peterborough Festival today at Ferry Meadows, supporting our grandson George and his group upon this rock. They're all 13 to 14-year-olds and they're amazing.
Oh, wow.
Have a good Peterborough Festival today.
13, 14-year-old performing in front of a crowd like that.
That's good stuff.
That must be quite something. Oh, how very nice to be supportive grandparents. Family. I think family is so important.
It is.
I love family.
It doesn't matter how cool you think you are, playing in a really cool band or something at 13 or 14, but to have your grandparents there will be the icing on the cake, won't it?
I should think so.
I would hope so.
I should think so. And if you embarrass George, well, that's not a bad thing either. When I go out with my niece and nephew, they're in
You embarrass them?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Isabel's 19, Thomas is nearly 23 now. But still, go around the shops, they play all this blooming dance music in the shops and things now in Primark and all that. Oh, I have a dance round and put the hats on.
Oh, no, that is strictly embarrassing.
Yeah, well, I love it. Why not? Why not? It's nice to be embarrassing.
OK, I shan't be going to Primark with you then.
Oh, you never know. You never know. I'll have a dance around the aisles. Absolutely love it. They're mortified.
Now, look, we're going on to talk about things like the civil service jobs that are going to be cut, and the fact that the Prime Minister says working from home doesn't work. And a lot of people have been in touch about that. Audrey says, why not do what the country Iceland did and let everyone work a 4-day week? People would then get the best out of both worlds and enjoy life. Too many people work long hours, whether it's in the office or at home.
There's a lot of people sort of saying about a 4-day week, and I can see the benefit. Well, saying that, I haven't worked more than 4 days a week.
For years.
For years.
Depends on the work.
Having a 3-day weekend is very, very nice. But for a lot of jobs and a lot of companies, can they afford to do it? Or do you get more productivity out of your staff if you do a 4-day week?
Well, Neil says working from home can be a useful tool for a lot of people. But what troubles me regarding the civil service is the possibility of security breaches and leaks where national security is concerned.
Interesting, isn't it? Well, when it comes to the whole civil service thing, there's this argument now of whether 91,000 civil service jobs are going to be cut. Jacob Rees-Mogg was telling us yesterday that people aren't going to lose their jobs. It's going to be natural wastage. So he claims. But anyway, it's cutting the service by a fifth and should save £3.5 billion a year to help, supposedly, cut the cost of living crisis.
The trouble is, though, we're already suffering backlogs getting passports and driving licences. Could they be further hit by more delay if workers decide to strike in protest over the huge jobs cull?
Let's talk to Mike Clancy, who's General Secretary of the Prospect Trade Union. Good to see you this morning. Look, this is supposedly natural wastage. So we were told yesterday. So does it still cause concerns for you and your members?
Well, of course it does, because the civil service has been cut for over a decade now. I'll just give you one example. The idea that civil servants are all pen pushers is a trope that's necessary to land this argument from certain parts of government. We represent people who are technical civil servants, people who've got competitors in the private sector who are often paid more. Health and safety inspectors, they take 2 to 3 years to train. They're then very valuable commodities in the commercial world. And if you look at their numbers, there's more parliamentarians now than there are health and safety inspectors. And that's just one example of how the public services face a resource challenge now. We're very happy to have a conversation about efficiency, about working patterns, but what you mustn't do is do this via the media. You know, a few weeks ago, the government was rightly railing about the behaviour of P&O when they announced these terrible job losses via video, and there was, I think, a national reaction to that. Now, if you're coming to work and you're being told you're lazy, you're being told that there's too many of you, that impacts morale. And the people that we have the privilege to represent do key infrastructure for public services. So it's not, you know, the quill pen civil service of certain ministers' impression. These are key people, and they're also people that we clapped only a couple of years ago.
But what we don't know from this is what sort of civil servants they're talking about, because Jacob Rees-Mogg said there is a turnover, that's where the wastage comes from, where you can, without actually firing anyone, of 38,000 a year. So these job losses would happen over a couple of years, and then you've hit your figures. Now, that doesn't sound like it's going to be that sort of turnover with the sort of people you're talking about.
Well, another example is we represent people in the Intellectual Property Office who are really key to business innovation, in the Office of Nuclear Regulation, who are going to be the people ensuring that we can have a new mix in terms of the energy generation. 38,000 is a figure that's plucked out of the air. And they're talking about 91,000, which is another figure plucked out of the air. This is government on the hoof. And it's not government which is going to sustain the recovery, enable the government's own levelling up agenda to be delivered. 80% of civil servants work outside of London. The median wage for a civil servant is 29,000. These are not glamorous pay levels. And the government is in a war for talent. Most of the members I represent are in the private sector. And one of the things I would say your viewers really need to think is about, I don't know a single private sector employer that is behaving with its workforce the way the government is behaving with its own. Well, we're having good conversations with private sector employers. Why do you think they are?
I mean, they are encouraging, I think you can see that they're encouraging the headlines to have us believe that the civil service is a bloated organisation, and that just by carrying out these 91,000 job cuts would actually only get us down to 2017 or 2016 levels anyway. That sort of underscores the idea that it's bloated and there must be an awful lot of people there doing nothing.
Well, it's a choose your date mechanism, and it's a diversion, because why choose 2016? Because obviously 2016, the responsibilities of the UK government have changed. We've left the European Union, we've repatriated to the UK government responsibilities we previously had at a European level. What there needs to be is a mature conversation about this, about what the sort of civil service the government wants for the future, which will support public services going forward. And let's have the conversation about whether it is bloated, is there duplication, are people working in the right way? Those are conversations we're having to have.
You ask anyone who's waiting for a passport at the moment and they'll say something's not working.
Well, I think there's a really good conversation to have, Anna, if I may say so, about organisational long COVID. We know we've got medical long COVID. A lot of organisations are recovering. In the private sector, it's not all rosy either. Look at the airports, look at aviation. Organisations are adjusting to what they've been through. And we've got to remember, civil servants, like all of us, went and worked from home in 2020 and successfully delivered government. They built the furlough schemes. They kept infrastructure going. They supported the front line. And now they're being rewarded in successive weeks with, you're lazy. A few days ago, they told us they're going to, again, seek to cut the redundancy terms. And then they announced 91,000 job losses. No company in the private sector would approach it that way.
No, is part of this down to the fact of the title? Civil service. It's a huge umbrella term, actually, that most of us who aren't in the civil service don't understand. We don't understand quite how much it covers. I mean, in terms of PR, in terms of the government saying that we're going to cut all these jobs, we're going to save a whole load of money that we can use to help the rest of you out. They're an easy target, aren't they? Because most of us don't look into the detail.
Well, quite understandably, you don't. But that's not your responsibility, but it is the responsibility of ministers. Ministers should know what their civil service is, how it's composed. I don't think they do. I don't think they understand the consequences of some of these decisions. And you know, going forward, it's a very odd approach where we've got a cost of living crisis to potentially put 91,000 people out of work. What we should have is a sort of conversation we're having with a lot of private sector companies about the future of work, how people are going to operate. We don't actually say predominantly people should work from home. It should be probably a balance. We should learn from the last 2 years. Collaboration is important.
What do you make of what the Prime Minister has said today in his Daily Mail interview, that a lot of civil servants are choosing to work from home because it gives them a long weekend?
Well, isn't that in the same vein that Jacob Rees-Mogg a few weeks ago was walking around putting notices on boards?
Yeah, but they wouldn't be saying those things or doing those things if they didn't feel some sense of frustration.
Well, they may do if they have other matters they've got to divert from politically. If you look again, I use the private sector example because private sector have shareholders to satisfy, they have business pressures, market pressures. They're not approaching it this way. They know there's a war for talent. For example, we want really good digital infrastructure, don't we, for public services? Trying to get people who are digitally enabled, can enable organisations, is really difficult. Why would you work in the civil service when what you've heard in the last few weeks from government, from the Prime Minister and from Jacob Rees-Mogg, is that you're lazy, you have to get back to an office in a highly unstructured way, and also we are going to cut various terms and a large number of you. In the private sector, there are really good conversations going on about this. Not all of it's perfect by any means, but we as a union are asking for a mature conversation with government, not one conducted through headlines. I can tell you that permanent secretaries and others were aghast at the task they had yesterday in motivating and managing their people when this has been announced in the way it has after an away day in Stoke.
Yeah, well, look, admittedly, it's not going to be good for morale and it's not going to be good for recruitment. But what about the rights of an employer? I mean, clearly, if Jacob Rees-Mogg going around putting the notes on saying, I'm sorry, I'm very sorry, I've missed you, hope you'll be back in the office soon. If your employer says, we want you in the office, you should be in the office, shouldn't you?
And civil servants are. I mean, there is the people I represent throughout the pandemic were actually going to sites. How is it, take your point before about who are civil servants, how is agency traffic officers that we see up and down the country making sure we're safe? they're civil servants. I talked about the Office of Nuclear Regulation, the UK Hydrographic Office, which is at the edge of climate change. We can go on, and you'd stop me before the list ended of the many civil servants who do go to office or assets and work accordingly. This is why we're emphasising, let's stop having a conversation based on tropes. Let's have a conversation about what the country needs in terms of its public service, and let's not forget what they've done for us in the last 2 years and previously, because we are looking to recover. We're looking to ensure that organisations can be successful, and this is not the way to conduct a discussion.
At the same time, you've got a country clamouring for help. You've got ordinary people saying to the government, you know, we can't afford this cost of living crisis. Yeah. We're worried, why don't you do something? And when they do say they're going to do something by cutting a bloated organisation, their words, then we're criticising them for doing it through headlines.
So I think
the trouble is the government here is a political organisation.
Oh, of course, but the issue for government often is trust. So how would you trust this government to keep the promise that if we cut these civil servants, we're somehow going to put more money in your pocket? There hasn't been a good record of late, has there, of moving from statement to delivery. And it's much deeper than that. I mean, we've got many of our members work in the energy markets, and that's been a broken environment for many years. We've been saying this, and it isn't just about putting assets back into the public sector or the private sector. It's about having a functioning energy market where the government takes appropriate steps to make sure people are not deeply impacted by this cost of living crisis. That's where we should have the conversation in a much more mature and focused way.
Are there any of those conversations going on? Because, I mean, I think, again, if I were watching right now, I would think, well, the government's saying one thing and trying to do something. You, on the other hand, put your case extremely convincingly as well. Are you two polarised people ever going to meet?
One thing about the union I represent is that we are known for our constructive dialogue, and we want to engage. It's difficult to engage when you find out from headlines. I mean, this is not the way to do it. So what are we going to be consulted about now? You've already made the decision, have you, government? 91,000 are going. Be a better idea to have the conversation with us about what you need to achieve, and then we work out the number. But we know they don't know the numbers. They are not going to... We are being taken for fools if you think we cut 91,000 jobs in the civil service and that improves people's pay, what's in people's pockets in terms of their disposable.
But they don't have to consult you, do they? If this, I know you're suspicious of it, but if it is what they call natural wastage, so it's people leaving the job and then not being replaced, they don't have to consult a union over that, do they?
Well, of course they do, because...
if they're not firing anyone...
But not replacing diminishes the public service capacity. They haven't got enough inspectors now in the Health and Safety Executive. If they don't replace nuclear regulatory inspectors, they won't be able to do the design assessment to deliver a new fleet of nuclear power stations. And these are people who can hop over a fence, sometimes almost literally, and get higher pay in the private sector. Something that is forgotten is that a lot of civil servants have private sector comparators. And the government's pay policy, they haven't had one proper, it's actually just been about cutting pay in real terms for a decade or more. It's a 22% cut by 2021. If the inflation estimates of the OBR prove to be correct this year, it will rise to a 27% real terms cut in civil service pay. And therefore, if you can't get people and you won't replace them, the attrition point, you will diminish public service. They need to talk to us about that. But more importantly, they need to be honest with the public. What is government not going to do as a result of cutting 91,000 people?
But it boils back, we're almost talking in circles in a sense, but that boils down to what they mean by civil servants and where they see these jobs going. Absolutely. I mean, to take it out the nuclear sector, for example, or health and safety, when there's not very many people in it, would be crackers. So it's got to come out of areas which they perceive to be bloated.
Well, we do this stuff day in, day out. We sit with private sector employers who want to change their business model, who want to talk to us about a new phase of change and what that means for their workforce. And you do that through recognised mechanisms. What you don't do is head off into the press and explode this across your workforce and demoralise them further. It's unnecessary. And it's government on the hoof. And we will sit down with this government and have a proper, mature conversation if they're prepared to do it with us.
OK. Well, there's an invitation.
Gosh,
Let's hope we
yeah.
can get a response to that. And Mike Clancy, General Secretary of the Prospect Union, really good to talk to you. Thank you.
Yeah, amazing to get that perspective too. You
Well,
don't
that's
always know.
But, you know, that's what we're all about here, is I think it's getting different perspectives. I mean, Mike has certainly brought to my attention things which I hadn't thought of.
My dad
Which
was
is-
a civil servant. He was a top radar scientist working for the Ministry of Defence.
Oh, was he?
Yeah. But he was a civil servant. So, I mean, and he would, if he'd read a headline saying that he was lazy and just working from home so he could have a 4-day week, he would be very upset too.
But I think the issue...
And you wouldn't want to necessarily lose him through natural wastage. And if you did, who would be left behind to do the job?
But I do think you see a headline about civil servants, and a lot of us, or certainly us of an age, think Sir Humphrey.
Yes.
Don't you think Westminster?
Or you
all
think
those
of,
sort of
or you
people.
think of those office workers that you see and you can never quite figure out what they do. But it's not necessarily fair to assume they're not doing anything very useful, is it?
No. Let us know if you're affected by this. If you're a civil servant, would love to hear from you and get your perspective.
different
Had a
types.
few of you been in touch already this morning, but really interested to see what you make of what Mike had to say there. GB Views at GBNews.uk, as always.
Let's bring you up to date with the headlines. As we just mentioned, the Prime Minister has renewed calls for a return to the office, saying working from home does not work. In an interview in the Daily Mail, Boris Johnson says staff were more productive, more energetic, more full of ideas when they're in the workplace alongside colleagues.
The government's cut ties with the National Union of Students after allegations of anti-Semitism within the organisation. The university's minister has withdrawn government funding from the NUS and ordered it be removed from all Department of Education groups.
Labour claim Conservatives could have saved each UK household nearly £420 with the money they'd lost to fraud in their COVID business support schemes. The party says the wasted money is equivalent to more than a month's worth of food for an entire family.
And walking and cycling schemes across England have been given £200 million of government funding. It's part of a £2 billion commitment to what they call active travel, which was announced by the Prime Minister back in July 2020.
And big screens are going to be set up right across the country for people to watch the Queen's Platinum Jubilee celebrations. Events will be placed in London, Edinburgh and Cardiff across the bank holiday weekend to celebrate the Queen's 70-year reign.
Love seeing the Queen cut that cake. There's something very satisfying about it.
Great job.
Anyway, look, we're going to be talking about Eurovision in a couple of minutes, so don't go anywhere.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's a fresh start out there in many places, but there is plenty of sunshine around and we keep those sunny skies well into the afternoon and it will feel warm. High pressure is building from the south. The isobars are opening out, so it's going to be much less windy for northern areas and there'll be less cloud, less rain. Still a few spots of rain first thing for the far north of Scotland, but even here it will dry up and brighten up by late morning and, well, largely sunny skies for the vast majority, just some patchy cloud towards the west and at times the north, but otherwise it's just dry, it's fine, and with the sunshine it is going to feel warm. Lighter winds and temperatures up to 16 to 18 Celsius for Scotland, for Northern Ireland, perhaps 20 for the east of Scotland, 18 to 20 for Northern England, and we're looking at 24 towards the southeast. But as temperatures rise, we're also likely to see some showers develop, mainly towards the southwest through the evening and then more widely across southern parts of the UK overnight. Perhaps even some thunderstorms, especially towards the English Channel coast. Some very heavy rainfall in a few spots here. 12 or 13 Celsius in the south. Fresher further north as we start off Sunday, but plenty of sunshine for Scotland and Northern Ireland. Even here, there'll be a few showers developing as we go through the morning, mainly southern Scotland, parts of eastern Northern Ireland. And showers will also tend to develop through parts of Wales, the Midlands, Northern England especially. But in the afternoon, it will brighten up in the south with temperatures again on the warm side, 23, 24 Celsius. Northern Scotland also avoiding the showers, some sunshine here. But Monday sees more widespread showers and outbreaks of rain, particularly for northern and western parts of the country. Tuesday looks sunnier again towards the southeast and very warm.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
The national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle, and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
"9:27. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne on your TV and on your radio. And if you're on the radio, should we play a bit of music?
Yes, let's have a burst.
Have a listen to this.
A blast from the past.
We close our eyes, we never lose a game. Imagination never lets us take the blame. We close our eyes to see the final flame. We close our eyes to time slipping away.
Oh,
glorious 80s, eh?
35 years ago. Blooming brilliant stuff. Go West. And they're celebrating the 35 years of that. They've got a new box set out. They're on tour again. Oh,
There's no stopping them.
There's a lot going on. Let's talk to Richard Drummy, one of the group's founder members. It's great to see you. How are you?
I must not look at the screen.
Don't look
That's
at the
quite
screen.
frightening when you look at the screen.
Don't look at the videos either, because that sort of ages you too.
Oh, no, I don't mind looking at the videos.
Do you like that?
Yeah. We had such great fun.
It was a good track, that one too, wasn't it?
Thank you very
much. Is that
much.
probably your biggest track?
No, King of Wishful Thinking.
Oh, yes.
From the Pretty Woman
Yes,
film,
yeah.
yeah. But that did have something sort of helping it.
Yeah.
You know, a massive rom-com.
I tell you what, though, these when you hear, I guess you've probably got to be of an age, but when you hear that, it doesn't age to me.
Well, thank you.
It still seems like, if that was popped on the radio,
It gets you up
I'd
and
turn
bobbing
it
around
up.
the kitchen, doesn't it?
Well, you know, God bless it for still sounding current, you know. So, you know, people still coming out to see us.
So you're playing in Newcastle tonight?
Well, that's why I've got my coat on, because I've got to get to King's Cross in a minute. I'm up on the train to Newcastle. We're doing, I don't know how many dates it is, something like 12 dates with Paul Young.
Wow.
So, yeah,
Wow,
that's going to be fun.
So who is there on stage with you now?
Our band. So it's going to be our band and Paul, and he's got a couple of singers that he's bringing with him. So.
Have you still got the same lineup then, the full lineup?
Yeah, we've. Well, Lyndon, our keyboard player, has been with us for 21 years. And then the rest of the band, you know, it varies. Some are 15, some...
Because you were there at the very beginning of the band, weren't you?
Yes.
Found a member.
Well, it's basically a duo. It started with myself and Peter, and then over the years, bands have come and gone. You know, some people have... We've had great people in the band. Tony Beer went into all the notes, and Pete Vitesse ended up writing Proud and producing Proud for... So we've had some... We always get great musicians around us. It makes us look good.
Do you get used to it, or do you ever sort of look back to, you know, when you were starting things off?
Yeah.
And thinking, oh, you know, let's hope we get a contract. Let's hope we could possibly have a hit. And do you ever sort of look back at that and think, wow, that all really happened?
Yeah, we couldn't believe it. I mean, we were quite... it wasn't like... We weren't 18 when we got signed, I'll leave it at that. So I'd always wanted to do this, but I was very realistic. I thought, oh, you know, everyone wants to be an actor or or a musician or whatever. But I think what you need is just resilience, and that's what we do have some talent, but we're very resilient, and we just kept hammering on the door, and eventually we're in the right place at the right time.
We have some talent.
I mean, I suppose with lots of bands when they
put that on the
start out-
poster.
Well, it's like you said, yeah, you've got to have the resilience to keep going on tour.
Yeah.
Which any musician I've ever met who's been on tour says it's very tough. It's terribly tiring.
Well, I don't.
I don't know. Even for the big,
It's
mega
not proper
famous
work,
ones.
though, is
they
it? I mean, look, I'm going to leave here. Get on the train up to New.
Yeah, but half the time you don't know what town you're in or what hotel you're in. You're just shoved from room to room.
That would be the same whether I was a musician or not.
maybe that's what part of it you like.
Yes, exactly.
Was there ever a point, though, that you actually thought, all right, we can stop working so hard now, we can just sit back and enjoy the show?
No, because that is the point, that we had the album in '85, but then the difficult second album, difficult to sell, as I always say, and then we did nothing for like 5 years, and then all of a sudden we got into the Pretty Woman film with King of Wishful Thinking. So it's not, it's not a. It can go.
It's not a steady rise,
Thank you.
That's where the resilience comes in, I suppose.
Are you, when you're younger and going through all of that,
right,
do you have the common sense? Because we've been talking a lot about money this
Not to buy a Lamborghini.
But not to buy a Lamborghini, to shovel a good proportion in the bank to keep for a rainy day, or
No.
No.
I've always lived by the seat of my pants.
What's the silliest thing you did with money?
Oh, dear. Probably guitars or something.
Really?
I don't know. Oh, no, I can tell you exactly what it was, but I'm not going to tell you how much it was.
Okay.
I really wanted to go to the Olympics, and I applied, and we got, things for the boxing, but I didn't. I said, no, I want to take the family to. And one night, about 2 o'clock in the morning, glass of wine, I'm getting on there. And so the only way I could get tickets was by booking a hotel as well.
Right.
So I booked 4 tickets, the most money I paid for any tickets, and it ended up being Super Saturday. So we went on Super Saturday.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, but that was...
Sorry, which Olympics?
Could have bought a small family car instead. But
Which Olympics?
2012.
Yeah, 2012.
2012.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Super Saturday with,
Couldn't have been better.
Jessica Ennis.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a toss-up between that and Usain Bolt, and I thought, well, Usain Bolt's only on for 10 seconds.
Yes, exactly.
No, quite right.
Can you miss him?
Yeah,
Quite right.
Exactly. I was in the loo.
Yeah. Tell us about the box set that's out there.
Oh, it's great. We're always talking about doing a box set with everything in it.
Yeah.
But we've just got together with Blue Raincoat Records, and Dermot there's done a great job. He's got us, it's got all sort of demos that you haven't heard, all the demos of the songs, quite a lot of unreleased material. There's a DVD of our first performance in Japan.
Oh, wow.
And literally, 30,000 people, Yokohama Baseball Stadium.
And that was your first performance?
Me running around like Wham, we're going,
It
was the 80s after all, but there's so much good stuff in it, lots of pictures, and Pete and I talk everyone through the record. I mean, you've got to be a fan, obviously, but it's really good. I should have brought it with me, but I thought that would be a bit...
About King of Wishful Thinking on Pretty Woman, do you get involved in the film in any way at all, or do they just ring you up and say, we want to buy the rights to the song, or what?
Yeah, you don't really get on set or anything like that. You get to meet the people sometimes, and we also
Did you?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we got to meet Julia Roberts a couple of times, actually. But we lived in LA for 3.5 years. I mean, if you've been over there, so you just bump into people at the supermarket, there's just stars coming out of your ears. But also when we did Rocky IV, that was funny because we'd flown people from all over the world to do this song for Rocky IV. We got to LA, Julian's come from Australia, and we get there, and we go... We'll start recording, and the guy says, no, Sly wants to see you before you start.
Oh.
So we're sitting there in the studio all day. Next day, no, Sly. When is Sly coming down? Maybe down later. Another day goes by. Finally, Sly comes in and goes, give it all you got.
And that was it?
No, I'm just trying to milk it, but he wasn't there long. He was there for about 20 minutes. But he was a lovely man,
Was he? It must be nice to meet these sort of people. I'm quite intrigued when you said about the Yokohama thing and running around like Wham and all the rest of it.
Yes.
Fashion. Because the nice thing about the 80s...
Not my area, yes, go on.
No, but I liked all that 80s because we all dressed like the pop stars.
I have to do this, come on.
Yeah.
There's all sleeves up.
I did all of that, yeah. But that's all coming back now. A lot of the 80s fashion is coming back.
I know. I bought a suit. I won't mention the company because they're not They made me pay full price. But that blouson thing is coming back.
It is.
The clothes then, you just sort of disappeared into them.
Yeah.
It was like that
They were
David Byrne
huge,
suit.
weren't they? The jackets were huge and the shoulder
Yeah, exactly.
pads.
Yeah, Batwing and
Men as
what
well.
have you.
I had a Batwing jumper. I remember that. And I had what my dad called
Batwing jumper.
Batwing jumper. Yeah.
Blimey.
And I had what my
bingo wings.
I had what my dad called a keitel, which is like a milking jacket. But it was like a green loose jacket that I had rubber sleeves rolled up, just like you guys. My keitel.
See, we could have done better if we'd just only have used your fashion tips at the
See, I have to warn you, the 80s...
We didn't know what we were doing. The stylist just sort of took us down to, took us down the King's Road and South Molton Street, and we just go, oh, yes, all right, we'll have one of those.
I know,
we were never really image-driven. I mean, that wasn't... We didn't think about that side of it at all. We just did the music.
Well, that was the image was sort of careless and just throw it on, wasn't it?
Was it?
I have to say, the 80s still isn't known for being, sartorially wonderful.
No.
It wasn't terribly stylish. It was all overdone.
Oh, you see, I was in my teenage years then, and I loved it. I'd love it every time I see anything like that. I think, oh yeah.
So you're a dad now? How old are they?
27 and 23.
Oh, wonderful! And they are not impressed by the fact that you have a diary that you write in.
Where do I show this?
Well,
there it is.
There you go. Is that the best you can do?
Well, the band laugh at me because I get they'll say, oh, are you free on the 26th? And I'll go, well, hang on a minute, and I get this out. But it's got all the gigs there, so I can I can't be done with it in the phone. And if I lose my phone, I don't know what I'm going to do.
That's true.
Well, what if you lose that? You'd be a bit lost too, wouldn't you?
Yeah, don't leave it on the train.
What, that?
Yeah.
Yes. People will be like, oh, what is it?
So written down there is Newcastle tonight.
Yeah, well, shall I whiz through it?
Yeah.
I'll whiz through it. So where's the camera there?
Which one are you on? Oh, look at 9. They say
9? Anyway, I won't look at any camera.
We don't have any numbers
I can't look at the camera while I'm reading it anyway, can I? So we're playing the Sage in Newcastle tonight, and then tomorrow's York, Philharmonic in Liverpool the day after, and then we've got Hastings, Margate, Let's Rock Cookham, and then we've got Ipswich, Aylesbury, Leicester, Basingstoke, Bath, and finishing up the Glasgow Academy. Now, there's a good bit of planning. Let's do a one-off gig in Glasgow so we go all the way up there and back.
Plenty of time to get up there, yeah.
Look, brilliant. It's really good to see you, Richard. Thank you so much indeed.
Oh, listen, thanks for having me on. It's been great.
If you can just sing us to the break with...
I'm not the singer.
No, I know.
I'm the other one.
Well, that's what you need to do. We need to get you to perform ready.
And give our love to Paul Young as well.
Oh, yes.
I will do.
Yeah.
I'll be seeing him in about
audiences.
3 or 4 hours' time.
Excellent.
So, we'll have a beer for you.
That's the way. Oh, that's taken me back.
Has it?
It has taken me back.
Yes, it would.
Yeah, happy teenage years.
And great music. Yeah. Anyway, in a couple of moments, we'll be joined by the rest of our lovely breakfast family. Aidan and Stephanie will be with us. There's lots of sport and an awful lot of show business to talk about.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
And the national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle, and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's 2 questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
It's 9:40. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne on your TV and on your radio. We're talking to the head of the Prospect Union earlier on, if you remember. Asked you to get in touch if you're a civil servant. Claire says, I'm a civil servant, and the constant snipe of lazy and work shy is very upsetting. Whilst my private sector neighbours sat in the garden on furlough, I was in my home working throughout. The idea we're all on megabucks needs to stop too. It's simply not true.
It must be really upsetting everybody being tarred with the same brush. Can I just wish a happy birthday? We haven't done this one, have we, to Francine?
No, we haven't.
It's not birthday, it's wedding anniversary. David says, I was wondering if you could wish my wife, Francine, a happy 12th anniversary today. It's a miracle she hasn't done a Chuck Norris on me, and I'm still alive. She is my heart and soul. Occasional wind is part of marriage. Please accept that, Fran.
Oh, well, David.
Was that an apology? I think it might have been.
I can imagine what your bad habits are, David. Look, happy wedding anniversary. Happy anniversary to both of you.
Yes, exactly.
You see, Fran, he might have wind, but he's a romantic soul.
But I was wondering if he was going about the wind beneath his wing.
No, I don't think
you
so.
don't think so? All right. Sorry about that.
I think it's more beneath the duvet. That one.
David and Francine, make it another 12 years. Another one. We were talking about cooking. Geraldine says, I had the best teacher who taught me to cook. My mum, both my boys are good cooks, and they say they had the best teacher too.
Kevin learned to cook in the Boy Scouts.
There you go. See? Over a campfire, maybe.
Yeah.
And, Pat says, when I was at school in the 50s, I was taught how to shop on a budget, to prepare and cook very substantial meals on a budget. Pity that was stopped.
Yeah, it is a pity that was stopped. It'd be a really useful thing to know. We've just got used to buying stuff all ready-made and what have you. Well, look, our favourites are back. We say favourites.
It's our family.
Aidan McGee and Stephanie Tetschi. Sport and showbiz, you are our favourites.
Yeah, of course.
You are our
I've learned to cook a lot recently. I've been doing soups.
Aidan brings pictures of his soups in. They look very impressive.
So chestnut soup I learned on YouTube, celeriac and pear I learned on YouTube.
That sounds fancy.
And tomato and orange, which was a concoction I made up myself. I just wanted to see if
Tomato and orange goes well.
Yeah, and I checked online to see if there was such a thing, and I found a recipe. It tasted right.
Yeah. Well, hang on, why don't you bring in a thermos? We get hungry in here.
Yeah, that would
I love soup.
Bring some tomorrow.
OK,
Yeah.
I've got to need a bigger saucepan. I've got an induction hob. It doesn't all fit, but I will do my best. I'll bring it in cold and we can heat up
I'm good at making salads.
Oh, yeah.
Salads are my thing.
You see, I would have thought you couldn't cook at all, Stephanie Tetschi, because your Instagram is full of all these fancy restaurants that you're reviewing.
I'm so spoiled. Like, I can't actually cook it so bad. My mum's going to be holding her head in shame, but I just eat all of my mum's food that she makes. Like, and it's so bad because I should know how to cook. But I'm just hoping one day a man will come rescue me and just cook for me all the time.
Oh, you need to marry a chef.
Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds like a plan.
You do go to very fancy... I know you get invited to do all these reviews and stuff, but you get invited to some very posh places, don't you?
I know. Well, they just love it because, you know, when you go to all these restaurants, they know the celebrities will turn up, so they kind of want us to write about it to make it appear as the new hotspot. But the food at these places are amazing.
So you get up really early to do breakfast here with me and Stephen.
Yeah.
And then you're still at it late at night at some fancy restaurant.
It just doesn't stop from morning to evening. The showbiz lifestyle is quite intense.
Oh, and did you see...
I'm not even a celebrity, guys.
You're a celebrity to us.
You were hanging about with Mary Berry. Was it last night or the night before?
So I went to the Fortnum and Mason's Food and Wine Drink Awards, which was really good. And they all had the big foodie stars. There was like Dame Mary Berry, there was Monica Galetti, Cy King from the Hairy Bikers. So it was a really good evening. But every time you go to the Fortnum and Mason Awards, you know you're going to get fed galore. And I tried the new Platinum Jubilee dessert, which is lovely.
Is it?
Really good. Not easy to make, but if someone can make it for you...
Do you get good goodie bags?
Yeah, I did. It wasn't that great this year.
I hope they're not watching.
I'd love a goodie
That's not
bag.
coming back next year.
Yeah, that's it. Never mind. It was nice while it lasted.
I love a do where you get a good goodie bag.
Oh, dear. Hey, look,
FA Cup final.
But yeah, I was going to say, it might be nice food for Stephanie. For you, it's going to be burgers and beers this afternoon.
Yeah, probably. My brother's having a barbecue. He's a Chelsea fan, so we forgot to mention a couple of hours ago the teams were playing until the very last bit, didn't we? But it's Liverpool v Chelsea. 4:45. I've actually checked the last train to Liverpool tonight, direct out of Euston. It's 11 minutes past 8. Now, if you get everything later than that, you're looking at a 13-hour journey, and you get to Liverpool about past 6 in the morning. So it's a long way if you've lost. It's a long way if you've won, in fact. But that's what I'm driving at here. Why isn't it at 3 o'clock today? Nobody's really said why it's not at 3 o'clock. It's in a British institution. It should be happening then. If it's kicking off at 4:45, then it leaves it very...
Chances are you'll miss that.
Yeah, I think I've been in that position myself. There was all that furore a month ago, wasn't there, when the semi-final was happening. Euston was shut. It's not been mentioned this time. I don't really know why. The Premier League cleared the decks today. They moved all their games for tomorrow to respect how sacrosanct this most British of institutions is, and yet the FA have decided to move it an hour and 3/4 down the line. I just don't understand it. But yeah, listen, it's still a huge game. There'll be strong teams out.
Could be a quadruple for Liverpool.
It's possible, yeah. I mean, I think it's unlikely because I don't think Manchester City are going to drop points in the Premier League. But I mean, it's just a much different event today compared to what it was 30 years ago. I mean, we touched on it earlier. The coverage used to start on terrestrial channels at 9 o'clock in the morning. You go out and buy the papers. You know, the ITV and BBC would have they're competing each other. It was actually a televisual feat to keep the coverage going from 9 a.m. until 3 o'clock, trying to find something interesting to say, and they're all out doing each other as well. So it's different. It's different now. And I guess things change. You know, you used to have royalty there. The brass band always used to be there as well. I don't know if it hasn't been spoken about this week. The build-up hasn't been discussed. I guess we'll just find out today.
What's your prediction? What do you think the scores are going to be?
I just think because of the timings, I think it will go to extra time, and it will annoy the fans. But I think it'll go to extra time. I think we can see penalties again, just as we did when the two teams met at the Carabao Cup in February.
Penalties are so heartbreaking because it's
they are.
like...
They don't enjoy them at all.
It's a bit of a myth that they're a lottery, though. I mean, you know, you've got to still stick the ball in the net from 12 yards. If you practice and get repetitive, you know, in that skill, if you like, then it is a skill. It is very much that. I don't think it's down to luck as much as people think, although it does break hearts.
Yeah.
A bit like us.
Does.
No?
What happens in Eurovision if there's a tie? Do they ever sing off or what?
No, I don't know, actually. That's quite an interesting thought. I don't think there has been a tie, but I know it's a mixture of the public's votes and judges as well who decide. So the judges will score each act from 1 to 10, so hopefully there will be a clear winner. But the bookies at the moment are predicting that Ukraine are going to do well. But the thing I hate about the bookies is they always say this person's going to do well, and everyone thinks it's set in stone, and then on the night we get a random, not a random country, but a random act. A random act who will win. But you know what? I am very impressed with the Kalush Orchestra for Ukraine. Beyond what's going on in Ukraine, they are actually highly talented. It's a nice mixture of orchestra and rap, and the song is called Stefania. So
it used to be a case, didn't it, Stephanie, that it was actually a bit of a noose around your neck to actually be holding it year on year because it's so expensive.
It is.
And Ireland won it 3 years in a row, and they got to the fourth year and think, no, we might just enter a nursery rhyme this year to try and lose.
They haven't made it even through to this.
No, they haven't. That was quite shocking, actually.
But that's what caused
they were going to make it through, and I was quite surprised they didn't get through.
It was Ireland winning it 3 times in a row, which is what gave birth to Riverdance.
Yeah,
that was the interlude, wasn't it?
Very great friends of mine were directing and producing it, and they were in charge of the third time. They couldn't afford a big Hollywood star to come over and do the interval act. 7 minutes. There was always an interval act while they counted the votes and everything. And so they thought, well, what can we do? There was no. They literally was RTE in Ireland. They had no money left for a big act.
Oh no!
So they thought. I mean, they came to
Michael Flatley, was it?
In the end. No, it wasn't. It was Michael Flatley at first. They, in the end, came to the conclusion: we'll get every Irish dancer in Ireland on the stage at the same time, and they produced Riverdance, and they called it 7 Minutes That Changed the World because then they, Moya and John, thought, well, there's probably a theatrical production here.
Yeah.
Mortgaged their house. Put their whole money into Riverdance. They are now multi-millionaires living in Ireland.
I'd love to see Riverdance.
Yeah. They took it all over the world. It's the most incredible story, the Riverdance story.
Well, Ireland have won the most amount of Eurovisions out of any
And apparently
country.
there was a tie. 4 countries tied for the #1 position in 1969.
Ooh.
Can't find out.
Remember Johnny Logan?
Johnny Logan, yes.
Yeah, Hold Me Now. That was about 88, I reckon.
But you see, I always thought with Ireland, the problem with that was that Johnny Logan did so many Eurovision entries. It was always Johnny Logan. Every time you got a bit bored with Johnny Logan.
Until it was Mary Hopkin. She sang all kinds of everything and she won. And I was a kid at the time. I remember thinking, why don't we just put the Beatles in?
That would definitely be a winner for us.
Cliff Richard.
Yes, he
Cliff
did.
Richard did one, didn't he?
I think he did too.
ABBA got
Yeah,
famous
he did
for it,
one time.
And that's what made ABBA as well. Yeah, Eurovision made
ABBA's
ABBA.
forever my favourite, though. I think you can't beat Waterloo.
So you can
with ABBA.
knock Eurovision and say it's a bit silly, but it has its moments in history, doesn't it?
It's quite fun, and I think it all depends on the political climate at the time, which adds to it. That's why I don't think we done well last year, because the whole Brexit thing. But
So what do we think about Sam Ryder then? Because he's a man with talent.
I like him. I was watching him last night. He's a TikTok sensation, so all the youngsters are going to be supporting him, hopefully. But he's really good and he's very down to earth. And he said he's not, going to fall into the hype at the moment with everyone saying you're going to do really well. He just wants to do the country proud and perform really well. And his track Spaceman is really good, and the video is quite entertaining as well. So I think he's a bit of a character.
Fingers crossed.
If he's a TikTok sensation, does that mean he has followers all over the world?
Yeah. Yeah.
And they will be likely to vote for him?
More than likely, yeah.
It doesn't always transfer, though, does it?
No.
We
Because
think
that's
that
the
in
thing.
media, we get people influencers on TV shows because they've got multi-million-pound following or multi-million followers in the millions, and yet we think it's going to translate to ratings, and it doesn't always shift.
Yeah,
No, it doesn't.
It's just a numbers game, but are influencers actually influencing?
There's a fundamental question for you.
It's a question of our times.
Yeah.
It is.
Aidan, what's going on with Phil Mickelson?
Well, it's not a huge surprise. He's pulled out of the second major of the year, the PGA Championship. He was the champion. He was due to defend his title. Now, he's gone to ground since about February because he was in bed with the Saudis in terms of getting these new tournaments up and running, which were going to be hugely lucrative and going to dwarf anything that the PGA were going to pay their players. And so he was going to be the face of it. And now he's quite a senior guy in the tournament. He's not particularly well liked, but he's done enough in the game to be the face of the Saudi lucrative market going forward in golf. And so, people would criticise it and say it's sport washing, and maybe it is. But he was fronting it, and then suddenly he's got this book coming out, and he tells his official biographer. He said, why do I want to work for these scary, I won't say the word that he called them. He was hugely critical of the Saudi regime and Saudi sport in general. But he forgot to tell his official biographer that it was off the record. So he did the article. Mickelson was comfortable with it, but he's just not been seen for 3 months. So this is really strange that he's the champion, he's gone to ground, but he knows that if he goes into a tournament next week, a PGA tournament where he's the defending champion, finally the questions are going to come. Now, he's not going to be able to put it off forever. So how does he square that circle? He's criticised the Saudis, but he's the face of their tournaments. He's got to appear sometime to face the music, and that's what this is about. And so, as I say, he's not particularly well liked, but it was announced last night that he wasn't going to be competing. I don't know how long he can go to ground for, because sooner or later you're going to have to face up.
Do you think he's cancelled?
Oh yeah, he's definitely he's cancelled the tournament, or they've cancelled him.
Yeah. Do you think the tournament has cancelled?
No. They've said they make it clear that he was going to play. They want him to play to defend his tournament. He's a big name in golf. He's a 6-time major champion. Yeah. They want him to be there. I think he's just. I've spoken to my golf mates this morning, and they tell me he's in hiding. But they don't like him.
I'm not surprised.
We've only got 3 minutes left.
Okay.
Should we talk Adele?
Yeah, let's talk about Adele.
It's been a while.
It has been a while. So Adele's moved apparently into her new love nest with her boyfriend Rich Paul. So she went on Instagram earlier this week. She shared a couple of pictures of them together, and apparently they've moved into Sylvester Stallone's old home in Beverly Hills. It cost £47 million, 12 bathrooms, 8 bedrooms, a pool, and you might know about this, Aidan. It's got 2 statues of Rocky Balboa.
Well, he wrote. Sly Stallone wrote those Rocky films.
Did he? I didn't know he wrote them.
He was technically homeless when he wrote the first one. He handed in the script, and it was a huge success. I mean, it went to five episodes of the franchise in the end, and he came up with the idea. He put himself in it. Everyone said, it's to make himself look good, but it wasn't really. It was just a script, and he wasn't intending himself to be the lead part. And when the production company saw that he was, they thought he was the ideal person to play Rocky.
Yeah, they were right.
I mean, they're classics. They're
unbelievable.
Adrian.
I love the way when he boxes, they don't believe in having a guard. It's just everything's down here, so that it's not.
You've got to see his face.
Yeah, it's unorthodox boxing, to put it that way.
Yeah.
But effective boxing.
But it's interesting, isn't it? These superstars who buy a big house and put a statue of themselves.
I know.
O.J. Simpson did that, didn't he? In O.J.'s house, there was an enormous statue of him.
I find it quite vain. vain. And
Yes, of course.
Have you not got a statue of yourself?
No, but I'm thinking of it.
I have several of them. I've got a picture of
Do
myself.
you? Even though I say it's vain, I probably will end up with a statue of myself outside my house one day, actually, or a portrait.
Yeah, I've got a friend who's a television well-known person, and she's got an enormous painting of herself over the fireplace, which I
Really?
still find really weird. Why would you do that in your own living room?
I've got one upstairs of me on the landing, you know, but not in the main room.
I
no.
guess it adds to ownership. Like, this is my home.
Yeah.
You all look at me.
I suppose I always wonder if Lloyd Grossman's ever going to turn up, and you know, you wouldn't have trouble guessing it's my house.
No.
I tell you what, ladies and gents, I will find out who that is for you.
Yeah.
I will find out who that is.
I might not tell.
Oh, yes, you will.
Because you're a dreadful gossip.
That's why we love Stephen.
There's nobody listening, it's fine. Oh,
But
no.
would you do that? Have a painting of yourself over
No.
the fireplace?
No.
No, not a painting.
No, I wouldn't.
Painting's
I
different to just a picture.
Yeah.
I'd have a picture of us all. Up there.
That would be different. That would be different. And it would have to be in the loo.
In the loo, yeah, there you go. We're out of time. It's been really good to see you both this morning. We'll see you all tomorrow from 6 o'clock.
Bright and early. Here's the weather.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
The national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's a fresh start out there in many places, but there is plenty of sunshine around and we keep those sunny skies well into the afternoon and it will feel warm. High pressure is building from the south. The isobars are opening out, so it's going to be much less windy for northern areas and there'll be less cloud, less rain. Still a few spots of rain first thing for the far north of Scotland, but even here it will dry up and brighten up by late morning and, well, largely sunny skies for the vast majority, just some patchy cloud towards the west and at times the north, but otherwise it's just dry, it's fine, and with the sunshine it is going to feel warm. Lighter winds and temperatures up to 16 to 18 Celsius for Scotland, for Northern Ireland, perhaps 20 for the east of Scotland, 18 to 20 for Northern England, and we're looking at 24 towards the southeast. But as temperatures rise, we're also likely to see some showers develop, mainly towards the southwest through the evening and then more widely across southern parts of the UK overnight. Perhaps even some thunderstorms, especially towards the English Channel coast. Some very heavy rainfall in a few spots here. 12 or 13 Celsius in the south. Fresher further north as we start off Sunday, but plenty of sunshine for Scotland and Northern Ireland. Even here, there'll be a few showers developing as we go through the morning, mainly southern Scotland, parts of eastern Northern Ireland. And showers will also tend to develop through parts of Wales, the Midlands, northern England especially. But in the afternoon, it will brighten up in the south with temperatures again on the warm side, 23, 24 Celsius. Northern Scotland also avoiding the showers, some sunshine here. But Monday sees more widespread showers and outbreaks of rain, particularly for northern and western parts of the country. Tuesday looks sunnier again towards the southeast.